Hello, friends. We've had the fastest starting soon to actual starting we've ever had. Not at all, because we were late on getting that going. Couple quick things to start. First of which, again, we will not be here next week. Or, sorry, we will be here next week. I will not be here next week. So we will be having a different kind of adventure next week. We will still be live, though. And apart from that, Tiku is unfortunately sick. So Tiku will not be present for this week. She is feeling very under the weather. And then I suppose I get to show you this. Swap the thing, Tree. We have a fun thing as well, mainly for you, Jasmine. I wanted to show you.
Hey, it's upside down.
Why is it upside down? Nick, why is it upside down?
Move it around. Turn it around upside down. There you go.
It's
Still upside down.
No, it's not. It has been fixed.
Now it's right side up.
I've made my world map. I'm gonna post it in Discord. I don't even know if you can hear me. We have a thing. That's it.
do like a pan across, Nate.
You can go. You can go closer to it, Nate. Just get up and walk over there. Okay, so I don't know if you're actually here, but I have my world map. I have it on a blanket.
You're upside down again.
No, it's not my fault that it's... Look, let me turn it right side up. It turns...
It is what it is.
It wasn't calibrated.
The whole idea is we were just showing it because I thought it was cool. I'm going to post the world map in the Discord as well, Jasmine, if you want to be able to look at it. But realistically, that is it. For now, Nate, you can go ahead.
Just die.
We have a world map. Most professional intro for that we've ever done.
We've done this before.
And the other thing that's a little bit cool is it is going to be in the backdrop.
Kind of.
Kind of.
It will be my backdrop.
Great here, friends. Go ahead.
Ignore the man behind the curtain.
Ignore the man behind the curtain. There's no Wizard of Oz here. Everything's going fine. With that all being said, we're going to jump into tonight's session. Last week, you guys, a little bit still dealing with the aftermath of your guys' fight with Gol Roche. You secured your meeting with Tiku's friends, or who you initially thought to be Tiku's friends, and soon find out to be only one. Just one that seemed to remain. And despite... Jeebus, that was loud. Chill. Despite that threw me off so bad. Despite what Tiku anticipated to be a happy reunion with Gerbu, she was instead met with, unfortunately, nothing but hostility. Tiku unfortunately did not take this well, and it seems that whatever common ground or whatever camaraderie Tiku had with her companion seems to have vanished or been destroyed. After that, you guys return to your inn, and Tiku has retired to her room, but the rest of you decided to conduct interviews as your team was slightly undermanned. You met with a few of them, and currently, where we'll actually be starting this week, is you guys are currently trying to decide who you would actually like to bring in.
I'm just going to add one additional thing. We did find out that a Duodar, who was an NPC introduced in the games before stream started, we found out him and his daughter, who were the 15th seat, were killed by the 14th.
They did figure that out. You actually got quite a bit of information from Gerbu. One of the things being that a Duodar, who was a previous friend of the group, was killed in the
Gerbu?
games.
I thought that was from the...
That was from Gerbu.
Okay.
He said that Tiku wasn't present when a Duodar, who she called a friend, needed help. With that, you guys are currently in the inn. Everybody has stepped outside, and you are deciding who you want to bring on. You can go ahead and flip it to everyone, Tree, and then come down.
Well, my vote is for either Clay or Augustus.
Clay beat me, Clay beat me, Clay beat me.
Any words, Razu?
Listen, he healed you. He shot your head, but he healed you. It's not a big deal. It's not like you haven't done worse. He'd fit right in.
No.
I suppose that answers that. So Augustus is who we should choose?
No, Clay Beekman.
Valeth, who is still inside with you as well, says, for what it's worth, I would say between Augustus and Clay Beekman, they are your most accomplished and perhaps the most
Useful.
helpful, useful. That'd be a good way to put it, yes. Simply from an outside perspective. And if you want fans, you'd want to go in the case of Clay. He's more well known here. In fact, I believe Augustus has lost some of his sway, as the god that he follows seem to have been, well, his champion is still unproven in the eyes of many. With that, it is your vote to make.
That is actually a question. Do you know the previous champion of Talos?
I mean, he's still yet unproven, but
The one before him.
it is discourteous to a champion of Talos to discredit.
I'm just asking the one before him. It's a simple question. Do you know him, yes or no?
Zephyr has been with Talos since his ascent to power. Your question confuses me.
Of course it does. My apologies.
Well, for what it's worth, I believe at this point it's really, again, do you wish to do a vote? Or on paper, Razu, you are in fact the leader of this group. What is the decision that you wish to make? Do you,
Hell no.
despite the word of mouth that is currently spreading through the floors of Zinderhold, technically the decision does currently reside with Razu. But if you wish to do a vote, then
No, it lies with
Then-
him for freaking Broslik.
Zinderhold?
Zinderhold.
Yeah, for his seat in Zinderhold, but not for the Cubix Ascenders. In fact, if anybody's the leader, it's him.
We are currently discussing for the position of both.
I'm going to say that Zephyr has 2 applications on his table. He's currently just like poring over them. He's going to be down in a second. The reason this stream was starting a little bit late is because we're having problems with the iPad, so he had to start it from a computer.
There is not a single stream that will have 0 technical difficulties.
Well,
we promise you
That's
now.
false. Well, eventually, we're going to have a perfect one.
It seems like the party's in favor of Clay Beekman.
As soon as he comes.
Do you wish
and
to take a
confirms.
vote with just those of you here, or if I
Clay
count
Beekman,
correctly,
Clay Beekman.
even...
Tiku is indisposed. She will not be here.
Well, if you wish to take a vote with those of you here, or if you simply wish to make a call, Razu, let me know, and I can fetch the individual you wish to
Zephyr.
converse further with.
Clay Beekman or Augustus?
I mean, I don't really trust Augustus. Being a follower of
Talos.
Talos might.
There you have it.
Might
Clay
cause conflict.
Beekman.
A question before we vote, though. You said a few minutes ago that if we did not choose Augustus, we'd have to deal with him. Do you still plan on that?
Deal with him how? Like, give him a cookie? Tell him his god's dead?
Talos is dead.
No.
No, we're just psyching him out, obviously.
I see.
Well, I mean, we may just need to hire someone to keep an eye on him. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I think he's gonna keep an eye on you from my conversation with him.
That's part of what I'm worried about. I don't want him coming to try to kill me in the middle of the night.
If he can get by me,
So,
you're already in trouble.
so you wish to take your vote without Tiku, then? Yes.
Yes.
And what is your decision? Again, this is mainly to you, Razu, but don't know if you want to do some kind of an official vote. Your numbers are even, so I hope you're all in favor.
All in favor of Clay Beekman, raise your hand. Guess it's decided then. Fuck my life.
So I would be good to inform him then, yes?
Yes.
Wonderful. At this point, Valeth exits and calls for Clay Beekman to enter in. And you, Clay, actually being on the outside here, Valeth calls and he says, well, it seems honestly, not many of you impressed, but, and he gestures to Augustus first, and he says, but to you, Augustus, you are the runner-up. Better luck next time. They want to speak with you, Clay.
Naturally. Walk
As-
in.
As you enter in, you actually hear Augustus as you kind of enter in go, a mistake. With that, Volith does not accompany you inside. He ushers you inside.
I told you we have to have someone watch him.
As soon as you enter in, Volith turns to each of you and he says, I will petition, or I have already started the paperwork, I should say, that you might be able to keep the bloody chalice. I cannot promise it, but based on your current reputation, I can't imagine it's going to be too opposed. Let us
fight for it.
let us know what your next steps are in terms of progression, or if you intend to leave Zinderhold, I would appreciate at least a little bit of a heads up, just so I can curb the expectations of the public.
I mean, we have to be here for the fight in, what, 2 days, 3 days?
Fight?
What fight do you refer to? Do you wish to challenge a new seat?
No, aren't we fighting Gerber?
We have not
An
challenged
official
him yet.
challenge has not been issued, but I would be more than happy to...
Well, I'm
send
sorry to
that?
interrupt, and I know I'm new here, but this does sound like a cause for celebration. By the way, open up my bag and pull out a bottle. We can celebrate with a bottle of my Clay Beekman Merlot.
By the way, the bottle of wine that he has just pulled out has a drawing of him on it. Has almost a low what is
A
it?
logalized.
A logalized picture that has
some aspects of it are a little like.
It's actually like
enhanced.
gold gilded.
Right. He's got the chiseled jaw.
He's got that Chad look.
So do you wish to make a challenge?
Not at this exact moment.
That we would need Tiku's approval on.
The smile that was growing instantly fades and says, well,
I'm sorry to.
let me know if you
disappoint
decide to do something more profitable. And then he shuts the door behind him, or it shuts the door, leaving
Wait, so
those of you
Why
inside.
am I remembering a 3-day thing where we need to be back in 3 days?
You are remembering that we need to be
He
back
had issued a
ASAP.
challenge to the seat above you, who instantly resigned. No challenge has been issued since that
But
fight.
then the whole conversation with the guy was like, "We'll meet in the arena."
That is because a higher seat cannot challenge a lower seat. Gerbu was effectively telling you, I look forward to fighting you, under the assumption that you would challenge him.
Technically speaking, if we challenged the fourth and became the fourth, he could challenge us, but yes.
Yes, if you challenge a seat above him, then he could challenge you if you got it.
Well, perhaps we get somebody to fetch some glasses. This pairs really nice with like beef,
We can-
venison.
We can celebrate over at the Bloody Chalice.
We
You guys are in
currently
the Bloody
in-
Chalice.
Oh, are we?
You did the interviews in the Bloody
Oh, I
Chalice.
thought we went somewhere else. Okay.
We are
I
currently
gotta-
we actually even have glasses already in front of us. So
Technically, like, they're mugs. They're not actually glasses, but you have glasses of ale currently in front of you, as well as stew that was made, which would be a beef stew, for what it's worth.
We can get glasses.
Wonderful.
Oh,
I'll just open the door back and be like, can we get some glasses in here, please?
As you
Clay,
as you open the door and look out, you see the few individuals that were interviewing have walked away. The crowd at this point is already almost entirely dissipated, although you can still see a good amount of people. No one seems to respond to you, but you hear from behind you as Cram pipes up. She says, I believe we do have some in the back. I can grab some if and she
If you
kind of
would
looking to the
please.
rest of you.
Thank you, dear.
She,
please.
He's part of the
She-
group.
Cram goes into the back and
she's part of the group?
retrieves you
No.
some
Clay
glasses.
Beekman's now part of the.
Oh, yeah.
Clay
Yeah,
Beekman.
one of us.
I'll go ahead and...
Can we just
Pour
call you
some.
Clay, or do you prefer Clay Beekman altogether?
Well, you can call me Clay. It's short and relative, but, you know, during official business, you know, you could call me Mr. Beekman.
I'm gonna stick with Clay.
Does Tiku drink alcohol?
Tiku
Dude, she drunk
eats and
herself under
drinks
the table.
everything. She was literally drinking a bunch at a...
Just making sure. I'm gonna grab a glass and I'm gonna head up towards the room Tiku's in.
Okay. Did you head up to the room? The door is locked.
I would knock.
Did you knock? You wait for a moment. Don't hear anything.
well, that interview process takes a load off, huh? Glad we got the right choice.
Tiku was fairly tired.
Yeah.
She said that she was going to be sleeping,
I mean,
but
gonna
currently you have
be-
no response. Last thing she told you is that she was going to go rest in her
to
room.
be
Can I
determined.
make a perception
obviously.
check for the sounds of
I mean, clearly the best choice.
breathing?
If anybody's gonna put Razer in his place, it's Clay Beekman.
I am your man. If you need me to knock someone down a peg or two.
We want to try knocking him down a peg or two. That's what I just
He already did!
already
Didn't you
did.
see? It was great!
Is he still got like a little bit of what would be fresh blood still on
I
the
did
side?
not see, apparently.
Wazoo was shot and got hit over the top of the head and he still would have the blood there even though the wound has been healed.
He was trying to shoot an apple off his head.
Oh, yeah,
and he
yeah. I forgot about that.
Do it again without outside influence. I'll knock you down 3.
Okay.
I didn't have any outside influence before.
He's not as scary as he sounds.
As you guys continue to have your conversation, Kane has walked upstairs holding a glass. Go ahead and make a perception check.
I'll guidance myself if that's all right.
That should be fine.
31.
31. You do not hear anything. It's eerily quiet, in fact.
Don't
As you
hear
kind
the
of continue
snoring.
to listen,
Did Tiku go without us?
you feel like
Wait,
you can
there's
hear
no way-
almost like a
no
light gale. You stop talking at the
like
same
an
time.
open window.
Like an open window.
Did she get kidnapped? Is
I
she now
assume
an undead?
we have keys for each room.
Cram does.
Cram does? Okay, I'll make my way down to Cram.
Okay. Did you bring the glass down?
I'll set it down on the table as I'm just moving to where Cram is. I
She's
need
just behind the
key to Tika's room if you would.
Yes, and she would actually have to go into the back room, but she goes into the back room and brings out a key ring that has 7 separate keys on it.
As I'm making my way back, I'm just going to look in Zephyr's direction and just do like another subtle nod upstairs. And then head
What's your
upstairs.
passive insight? Is it less than 8?
That's a good question.
I don't think it's
No,
possible to
I
be less
have
than 8.
It is.
The maximum you can have is
wisdom's
one.
one of my better stats. So.
Oh, yeah, 6. Grog literally had his intelligence of
I
6.
mean, yes, but using the stat allocation we did, you could only have a minimum of 8, but fair enough.
That's true.
I know I don't have an 8 in wisdom.
Okay.
I'm bringing it up
It was just if you had below an 8, you actually weren't going to notice. You do notice Kane signaling you as he's going upstairs. Signaling you in the same way that you had signaled him previously to go check on the undead.
I signaled him that time.
I'm like,
Same signal then. So
I'm like,
I was
is there
reversing my
another
head.
undead?
I'm already upstairs.
I just messaged you, like as you do that.
I believe Tiku is missing.
time, Clay.
Apparently,
Why is she
I came
missing?
in at the
I got
right
it.
Okay.
You all seem to be in need of some help.
You make your way upstairs. You have to fiddle through a couple of the keys just to get the right one because you haven't actually unlocked them.
Oh, that's great. I'm great at spycraft.
We're gonna put you to work.
Okay. As you fiddle through the keys, you're able to find one in just a few moments. And you crack it open, or as you unlock the door, open it, and kind of like peek in as to try and not wake Tiku if she is inside. You are instead greeted with a curtain lightly flapping in an open window. There is none of Tiku's gear is present. The bed is still made, implying that she never lied down.
I'm going to make my way to the window and look for claw scratch marks, as I assume she's not a stealthy individual and would very much leave markings on the wood.
Okay, so this is going to be an investigation check because you're effectively investigating the window seal. This is just
What do
going
you
to be
have
the level
advantage
of.
for being specific with what he's looking for?
apparently I'm shit at investigation.
I'm going to say no because
I'll
you
guidance
investigate.
myself just in case.
Like, what are you looking for, Kane?
12.
12.
I'm looking for evidence of her passage through the window, making certain she actually left.
Well, I mean, the door is locked and she's not in here, so
There is no markings on the window. Like no markings on the window. Almost again to a point where it almost irks you just with the investigative prowess that you have. You know that Tiku is not that clean. So either she was very intentional or she didn't exit through the window. It just doesn't While you don't find any marks, you also would be able to know that it doesn't quite add up. There should be marks. Tiku's heavy. She's not nimble.
I assume you're
Can you-
saying this
yeah.
stuff.
Can you check to see if there's force of entry from the outside?
I mean, I just have to look at the window again.
I mean, you can make one more investigation check per the rules that we've been going with this. You can make up to 2.
Before I do that, I do want to. It's 10 minutes. 10 minutes is a long time. Granted, we've been. How long was the interviewing process?
Like half an hour?
Like an hour. Because you not only did you have the conversations, you would have had a little bit of dialogue that we were kind of having haphazardly. In and out, you'd have had conversations, you would have discussed a little bit, and we did a lot of that like off camera afterwards, but that discussion would have actually happened there. In fact, I'd probably say that interview process was like 2 hours.
Okay. I'm just going to ritual cast Detect Magic. Do I speed cast it? I'll just speed cast it. Sure, why not? I'll just use my
There's some
Logan
spell
spellbook.
casting going up there. Should we go? Do you think they're in trouble?
And then I want to
Something's happening.
just like I'll investigate the window, but I'm also running Detect Magic to see if I can pick up on
Okay,
anything.
go ahead and make an investigation check. I'm going to say add a d12. So roll an investigation check, but then roll a d12 with it and add that.
I'll guidance him to add a d4 on top of that.
So we're at 12.
This is where he says like 40 something.
No, I didn't roll very great. 25.
You instantly have 2 pings from Detect Magic. As you're kind of like looking at the window, you cast Detect Magic, kind of inspecting the frame, and if expecting like based on what Kane had told you, maybe expecting some kind of a ping, and you get it. You get 2 pings, neither of which are coming from the windowsill. You kind of like look at the windowsill and you almost kind of like turn. There is conjuration magic coming from the sheet on the bed, and then there is conjuration magic coming from just in front of like the dresser. And as you kind of like look at the dresser a little bit with the investigation too, one of the drawers on the dresser looks like on one side it's almost like slightly pushed in forcefully even. There's a slight chip on the wood that
I mean,
normally you would 100% just register as a. Should you open it?
Actually, before he does, I'll hold up a finger, and I'm just gonna half summon Malrith, as apparently I can do that, and I'm just gonna have her, as I assume.
What this would look like to you, by the way, it's quite literally, it's like a dragon head, almost seemingly. It's like the base of its neck almost looks like it's growing out of his head, but there's a space. So it almost looks like a ghost head of a gold dragon, just kind of and appears over his shoulder, slightly floating.
Before I open
looking
it,
at you.
I turn around like, someone may mistake you as a follower of Tiamat.
Gold dragon for what it's worth.
Yeah, but he's got multiple heads coming out.
I'm just gonna have Malrith do like a scent check.
Survival is what you're going for. By the way, with you guys being up downstairs, you
perception.
can choose. They're not being overly silent. with
We
this.
talked. We're walking up.
We're walking up.
Are you
I'll walk
trying,
in.
because you're trying to track with scent.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
specifically
okay.
trying to track.
I would also
Not
follow.
tracked. I'm trying to see what the drawer he's checking. I'm trying to see if it is
were we-
trapped with a creature inside.
He's trying to. know
Oh,
if there's
that's
creatures.
perception.
Oh, okay.
Apologies.
I was just trying to do it
I thought you were
sense.
like almost like a hunting hound.
I gotcha.
Were we? I'm looking. Oh, were we robbed?
Would be a 25.
They're missing a member.
Tiku's missing. And I
Tiku's missing.
Mal, it's,
Oh, the
there's
little dragon.
nothing
Ugh.
here, but
What?
brimstone.
I still open the thing.
Brimstone is demon or devil, one of the two, right?
Maybe.
Make a religion check.
Volcano?
22.
What you're thinking of is sulfur. While the smells are frequently put together, brimstone is not necessarily related to one. Sulfur would be the one that can sometimes be. It is utilized in some forms of demonic summoning.
Brimstone is
would
sulfur.
not there. Let me make sure I'm not crazy real quick. As I recall, they are not the exact same thing. One produces the other, but they are not the same. I'm gonna double checking real quick.
Synonyms. Native
Oh
sulfur.
no, apologies. You are
Yep.
correct.
Clay Beekman.
As he corrects the disembodied voice in our world.
Clay Beekman.
Okay, so typically brimstone is going to refer to stone, whereas sulfur is the burn, or like that stone turned to dust. So if it's like a dust that you would smell, that would be typically referred to as sulfur.
So
but
sulfur stone doesn't exist, but brimstone is
yes,
sulfur stone.
that. So brimstone implies that it's something solid.
So
Sulfur, it could be like a dust.
It'd be a lot softer of a scent. It would
Yes,
be
it would be harder.
intense as
It'd be
sulfur.
much more difficult to pick up on. But the scent that it would give off would be sulfur, and that's not exact, but that's typically what they mean, and that's what I meant when I said that. So
Okay.
Is it coming from the blanket or the dresser? Or
she
both?
seems to just be kind of looking about the room.
I opened the dresser 3 pages ago here.
Yeah.
He opens
Opening up the
As he
dresser.
opens the dresser, I
was
throw out my crossbow ready.
Technically asking
just
you to do
eats
that
me.
before, but
Easy enough. It gets stuck a little bit on the right and then slides open. Most that you get from this is it seems to be
Tiku, you in here?
the idea that you get behind it is that like the drawer had been pushed in on the right.
it's a chest of drawers, not a dresser.
Yes.
I-
Apologies. It has a mirror on the top and then it's drawers going down.
okay.
Did I checked for the packer mark on every openable thing that Tiku could fit in?
Yeah, within a few, that doesn't take terribly long. You know exactly what you're looking for, and there is a packer's mark on the door, as Tiku had marked her room already. So if she is in the packer's room territory or area, the only way to know would be to go there.
Well, she could be in the package domain. We
Or-
can't go in unless she
Or he
wants us
could
to
know. Or he could know where she is.
Do go ahead and make an investigation check. Actually,
Can I mix with this investigation check, make my own mark on my own door?
I don't think you need to.
That-
if
that's
it's already
not like
marked,
a mix. That's just that's
The
something
concept
marked.
is-
you have the ability to go in.
A
Can't you
marked
just
door
go?
you can enter through. Yes, if you are marked
I
by the
can?
pack, if you are marked by the packer, which I
Okay.
do not believe you are.
I am.
Gurgle
He is.
I'm
You
all-
enter.
Everyone-
You Gurgle and Tiku and Zephyr. All
Yeah.
of you guys are marked. You're
Kind of.
no, you're banned.
Yeah.
You're
You've been demarked.
He's reverse marked.
you're banned. You literally got
And
kicked.
he just got here. Well, I guess I will just do an investigation check using Kenku Recall.
Okay.
not great.
12.
So, mark's easy enough to find. Her door is marked.
Okay. I open it with intent to go to the package domain.
For you, Clay, effectively what you would see is Razu kind of like looking outside. He kind of like ushers you in. He shuts the door, and then he opens it up again. And to you, it literally looks like just he opened it into the hallway. And as he steps through the frame, Razu just kind of gone. For those of you that are marked, so not that would look the same to you, but for Zephyr and Gurgle, you guys can see almost that white, almost like the
I'm
white
gonna
door.
shoot it and say the wall's a mimic.
It just flies through. Hits
into the
hits the inside.
wall opposite.
Clay, it's fine. It's not a mimic. It's
Razu, ask him if he knows where Tiku is.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Wonder why we came in here.
don't get eaten while you're in there.
Oh yeah, he does. He did say that if we went in uninvited and he was in a bad mood, he would eat you.
I think his child will interest him.
I imagine the packer in front of me.
Do you think the packer ate her?
Okay,
Okay, what is this pack?
That's not wildly off.
hold that thought for a second. As you enter into there, it initially is just fully white. And you think about the packer. The room, again, almost in an instant, seems to shift to a familiar sight to Tiku, but I don't believe you were here for this. You now see, effectively, it looks like just balconies, just lines of balconies. And they go off literally as far as you can see in the distance. You can see about 6 balconies going up with about a 15-foot space in between them. They seem to come about 10 paces off the wall, and there's periodic doors that seem to be no actual door, archways that seem to be fully open. There are, even at a quick glance, there are hundreds of what appears to be almost white, gray, and almost sometimes going towards a little bit more black silhouettes of different races that seem to be walking about. They almost look like they're engaged in conversation. You see the packer currently standing, his mouth slightly open and his tongue almost like hanging out of the side of his jackal-like face. He looks out and not turning back to you. He goes, I don't remember calling for you.
No.
I must be getting soft. What did you need?
Do you know where Tiku is?
Hold that thought for a response.
I gotta have this conversation before we get exposition. So, do you think that the Packer's been fattening her up? I mean, he has been teaching her how to cook other things. Maybe he's just been...
both ate Terry.
Yeah, so he's fattening her up so she can be eaten by the Packer for power.
But
Might
that
be a
means
real
he
thing.
also is going to eat part of you because she ate you. She ate your arm. Listen, we all know.
wait.
We all know she did it.
I just don't want to think about it.
We all know she did it.
Okay. As you guys discuss the dining of Zephyr's arm.
I'm pretty sure I saw on our last meal my finger now.
And you say he's multiple balconies above me?
No, he's on the same floor. He's looking up at the balconies. Worth noting as well, just because I assume Kane would have said that out loud, you are very, very much looking at the ground. You are standing on brimstone.
Oh shit.
Not to be confused with
Did
sulfur.
eater.
As you I bet Nash, you're taking me nose where Tiku is.
Actually, you know what? Zephyr's actually somewhat worried about this. He's going to go in too.
because you hold that thought for a moment. I'll tell you.
is going to try and follow.
We've been walking into the hallway currently.
Like Zephyr was initially kind of joking about it, then he more thought about it deeper and deeper, and he's like,
Wait a minute.
that wouldn't happen, right? Right?
Oh no.
And we just said, oh god.
I just like.
I'll let you know when you actually walk in.
Okay.
For you, Zephyr, he goes, yes.
Raju.
Yes, apologies. Yes. How's nurses?
Did you take her?
No, not yet.
Will you tell me where she is?
And he turns to you, and as soon as he turns to you and he's no longer looking up, the top 4 balconies that you can see seem to just vanish to where it's just white. As he focuses back on you, you notice this is a different look to the Packer than you've normally seen. His snout is now fully black. His teeth have almost like they're white, but they seem coated in red or green and yellow. It almost looks like a mossy rot that's happening to his teeth. Some of the teeth even have slight holes in them. The actual outfit is more so rags. He looks much less refined to most of the other times you've seen, to where he almost appeared as a chef with the clothing he wore, or at least a refined traveler. But this now almost jackal-like homunculus version of a kobold is what you're getting the idea of right now, as he looks like a small humanoid, or a small scaled human with a jackal's head. He looks and goes, I know where she is. And his thoughts seem slightly spaced. And he goes, she was here just recently.
And are you going to tell me where she is?
He looks down. He looks, averting his gaze from you as he looks to the floor. This is not possible. The old ones. Is it the short one? No. She's... He, again, seems like he's trying to focus on something. This is when you enter in, Zephyr. He seems to be focused.
I'm gonna go and put my mark on the door and then actually open the door so that he can walk in and build.
What the?
His I think how it works is because it was Tiku's mark. They could go in because they're marked, but you couldn't because Tiku's not here to let you in. But I mean, just pre-warning, he might eat you if you come in.
Wouldn't be the first time. And he has good taste if he does.
I'll let you know when you guys walk in then.
I will be attempting to have Malrath blood sent Tiku if that's possible.
Okay, go ahead and make... This is going to be a survival check for sure. Going back to as you enter in, Zephyr, he seems like almost locked in thought, and to you again, this almost is like just a feral version of the Packer. And he looks over at you and he goes,
Hello, Packer.
he actually licks his lips and he goes, familiar. yet foreign.
Did you eat Tiku?
No.
Okay, good.
Tiku. Yes. She's not with you. She's gone. She went herself. She was invited by your kind. You smell the same?
Did she go to save her clan?
No. If she went with them, this is about revenge. Or blackmail.
He almost like starts to snarl as he... Your smell offends me. Leave. Leave. At least I kill you.
How about the game?
Savor. What game?
I'll play the game. I'll draw a card. If I win, you tell me where she is and assist me to find her. If I lose, well, I lose.
Fine. I agree. But... you draw my card.
Shuffle the deck.
Can't see this going bad.
Surely not.
This is fine. This is fine. I'm like, have at it, Razu.
I mean, out of all the reasons to draw a card, this is one of his better reasons.
You kind of come into this like this is like game being played in front of them.
I walked in, I see him draw the card, I'm like, oh shit.
He pulls out. He pulls 5 cards and he looks at him and he goes, right. You know the fun thing about rules when you don't make them clear? You never know the game you play.
He's gonna spawn a Tarrasque in the world. He's gonna spawn in the Crystal Eye. Surely.
Technically, Tarrasque is already in the
Jeebus.
world.
Holy moly.
He's gonna wake up a
There it is.
That's what the card does, I think.
What about? Pick a card.
Wrong card.
Prisoner.
Show it to the camera.
And Razer's gone for the session. Sorry, folks. He got sent to Void Prison.
Alrighty, I need to pull this up. I should have had this up. I kind of thought this might go this way. Okay.
I'm assuming this is still discarded.
It would be discarded
yes,
to his
but
deck.
it goes into this deck. Technically, it doesn't matter what deck it goes into. If the card gets drawn, it can't be discarded again, but... Alrighty, here it is. You said you drew Prisoner?
He's teleported to the Fey Realm. Goodbye, Razer. None of us have Dimension Teleport.
That's a lie.
Should have picked D. Snuffler.
I mean, we still have those recruits in case Razu dies.
We run out. Can any of you cast plane shift?
Yes, I can.
Walter? Okay. As you draw the card and you hold it up, it seems to just kind of... And he smiles broadly and he goes... Now the game's truly interesting. He holds his hand out and... This is what you guys would enter into as Zephyr. As you see him pull a card. As you look at you see the card that he pulls, and you see a picture on the card of what appears to be effectively an unfortunate soul, as you saw on the card. And then almost like in a flash, the card in Razu's hand now has a picture of Razu on it. And Razu, in that moment, you kind of almost like stumble slightly, and then the card's gone. And now the Packer's holding it, and it has you on it. He goes, Well, you asked if I had Taker. No, I wouldn't. Never. And then he flips the card to look at it himself and he says, That's true, though. Bring Taker back. And I will turn to you. What is yours? And then as he moves his fingers, the card disappears. As you now feel slightly empty. The inhibition you usually have seems gone. You're slightly almost... You don't even seem to quite care about Tiku as much. Is it actually worth what you're doing?
You saying I feel soulless?
Yeah.
Well, seems I've lost.
As I would leave.
So this is how I describe the feeling. You feel like you've been working a 9-to-5 job for the last 10 years, working as like a janitor.
Adding to that, though, you also feel a strong sense that you've lost something. And surprising to you as you think about that feeling, you initially thought that would be Tiku. But it more so feels like you've lost a part of yourself, and you do have a strong inclination to get it back. At whatever the cost.
I'm gonna go walk up and introduce myself.
As he looks at the card, he looks to you and he goes,
We're
"Go in
walking.
there."
Yo, what
Packer,
up?
Clay Beekman. Nice to meet you.
I'm just watching this
You have-
unfold.
Quite a place here.
As he looks behind him, the remaining, those remaining almost prison balconies all seem to, and now you seem to just be almost in a white expanse.
You clean up very nicely.
What does it you want? Do you also wish to play a game?
Well, games aren't necessarily my thing. But networking is.
Aye.
So, for a person who
I did tell him
seemingly
you might
has
need him.
everything, what is something you possibly would need?
Smiles, showing the almost what appears to be rotting teeth. He says, "Food.
Food.
We always need food."
When he says food, he means your soul.
Well, as it stands, I kind of dabble a little bit in the food business. I do have my own winery. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and pull out a bottle of the Clay Beekman Merlot. This here is my label. I would love for you to sample it.
He holds his hand up, and as he does, a pot appears next to you.
I want you to dump it in.
Oh, Mark.
You dump the wine in. He says, "I shall try your wine. For now," as he looks to the one door behind you, he says, I am losing a piece of myself. The doors are falling. The old one has started to move. Save their friend. Perhaps we discuss trade for your signature drink. Cooking wine?
Oh no, it's drinking wine. It
Appetizer.
pairs very nicely with lamb or venison, beef.
Yes. Be gone. Be gone. I must.
Well, it's wonderful to make your acquaintance. I'll go ahead and leave you to your business.
As soon as
Just remember the name, Clay Beekman.
as you say that, he turns back, and that first row in front of him seems to reappear with probably a good 15, 20 individuals on it. And as he looks to it, he just opens his mouth wide, and you almost just hear not like a strong current, but just like a light. And all of the souls, all the what appears to be humanoid essences on that balcony seem to, and almost immediately get sucked into his gullet. He seems to almost he almost seems to stiffen a little bit. A little bit of almost like gray comes into the fur on his face to the black. Even from behind him, you can see the teeth seem to whiten slightly. So he goes, "Yes, the piece is missing. Must find the chef." Do you guys stay in or do you leave at this point?
I mean, am I the only one there?
I'm out.
Yes, you are the only
I
one
will
there.
leave.
I'm still in there.
Oh, never mind. Okay, Zephyr is also in there.
I am waiting for him to leave though.
Zephyr, apparently we need to find the chef.
It's Tico.
Oh, they're one and the same.
Go-
Well, that's good.
go-
That
go
makes
ahead.
it easy. I walk out.
And before I leave, what is Tico to you?
He like his mouth is still open as he seems to almost like be pulling souls from like almost like off camera. They seem to be almost appearing from the edges where your vision ends and almost being pulled towards him. And he stops and he shuts his mouth, and they all seem to stop. And for what it's worth, those different humanoids, as they stop getting pulled on the balcony, they seem to have almost been grabbing on. They seem almost like seem relieved, even just seeing silhouettes, and they all move and they quickly start to dart back into those archways, disappearing from sight. He goes,
Tiku. She is the light. One might say the key ingredient.
he at this point, as he was looking at the wall, he turns back to you, looking at you, and he says, and as he holds out his hand, not appearing in his hand, but instead appearing directly in front of you, there is a small. It almost looks like a small, effectively like a crystal ball. In the middle of it, there seems to be a mist that is getting pulled slightly in a direction. And he says,
Guidance. It will show you, or it will lead you. Find the key ingredient. Finish the meal.
I will find Tiku.
Yes.
However, just know that Tiku holds you in high regard. But if you hurt her, I'll come after you as I will all the others.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And I'll leave him to his manic.
he actually just
episode.
continues to
Yeah.
repeat, going, yes, yes, yes. And it seems like he's about to figure something out with that yes, 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 yes. And then they go to something, and he's just on that yes as you walk out. For you, Zephyr, especially, and for you, Gurgle, as well. Just in case it wasn't clear for me, you guys would very clearly know that is not how the Packer normally acts. He seems incredibly. The feeling that he gave you was like a prey being hunted by a predator that has been on the run for like weeks, malnourished. Like you found him in an abandoned hut when he was almost like scavenging for food. Is the kind of almost like manic atmosphere he gave.
Well, that
We haven't seen him since we released the second key, huh?
No, I haven't visited him. Tiku has. She hasn't mentioned anything about him devolving into that.
But he's kind of chaos, isn't he?
Oh, most definitely. Man, the freaking that creature thrives on chaos, exists for it. But
Isn't even though the Gravekeeper restoring chaos, he's also like a form of order? Wouldn't that be like bad for the Packer?
I mean, death to the universe gets rid of chaos itself.
I mean, it
Because
introduces a new form of chaos, but
well, no, starts everything from ground zero at best.
also I thought we already talked about this. It's not death to the universe. We're just killing a couple gods. It's fine.
Oh no, if we fell.
Oh well, I mean,
That's what I'm saying. That's why he would be.
You guys hear the front door almost like interrupting you. Seems to like you hear like a hit, and then the door seems to swing open as you hear almost like a manic panting, even from up here, implying someone very loudly has just burst through the front door.
Dirty 20 on my survival check.
Her smell is in the room, does not seem to exit the room. It is mostly prevalent on the bed and next to the dresser.
Is there a way to check to see if like a teleportation spell has gone off recently? I don't even know if that's possible in D&D.
The technical answer is no, but I'll let you make an Arcana check if.
Did Tiku have a bag of holding?
no.
think it would depend on the spell.
That's also what I'm thinking, is
34.
whether or not it has material components or not.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
34.
Because it may consume it, but there may be like residue from it. Because like teleportation circle, I believe you still have to like etch.
There's
Something down.
as far as you can tell, there's no
Not the
residue.
teleport spell, but the
Oh,
teleportation circle.
yeah, teleportation circle, and then.
What happened to you?
I'm gonna run downstairs real quick.
Yeah, we should do that.
I would follow him.
We have to find
We all
Tiku
follow.
on our own. Our only lead.
And I'm
The
gonna.
old one.
I'm just gonna put the.
Small orb as well.
The
And for what it's
orb in the
worth,
bag.
as soon as you take it out, and you kind of like look at it. It's almost like, so it's a clear glass ball that has almost like a gray essence in it, and it's like a fog. It's being pulled. In this case, it'd be northwest.
Razakar? No, that's
I'll think about it more later when I bring it out again. But I'm just gonna
So, northwest.
put it in one.
Roslakar would be
Roslakar-
almost directly west, almost southwest.
No, it's almost directly west.
It's almost directly west, yeah.
It would be more Tiamat's place that I can't remember off the top of my head. But can I exit out the window to basically land behind the person who just opened the door to prevent leaving? If it is who I think it is.
Front door.
Yeah,
So
fair
you
enough.
go up the stairs, and then here's the rooms towards the back of the wall. If you went, you'd be,
Right,
you'd be
you
going
did
out of the
say-
back.
Right. I thought there was rooms on both sides, but fair enough.
No,
it's
it's
just-
all one side down the hallway.
Gotcha.
I would run towards the front for character playing perspective. What do I care about?
Finding Tiku.
So
apparently.
it's not that the things that you care about are gone. It's that you care about them less, and there's now a
You have no drive.
no. So it's actually as if your drive that was seemingly almost like separated out into a few different things: friends, learning what happened to your family, power. All of that seems to have taken a secondary thing, and you feel as if there's a hole inside you that you have to fill. And that has now simply taken a heavier priority. It's not that you lost all of the others, it's that they seem to have dimmed, and this new want to fill this hole is the most prevalent.
Which the only way to do that would be to find Tiku, if I'm not mistaken.
Indeed. And you would know that from that interaction.
Think like Golem when you lose the ring. That's what you are.
Okay. With the two of you being the first ones down the stairs, Zafir, you were the first one who said, so you're the first one who walks down, and you see Zestaria, who is now leaned against the door. She is holding her arm. She has a cut, like a larger gash on her left arm specifically, that is bleeding quite a bit. There's like a decent amount of blood trailing off her arm, her left side of her face.
Like I immediately go to her and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. Effectively, she's extremely worse for hair. She seems to be missing a good portion of the hair on the left side of her head.
We'll do
Many
fourth
different
level.
cuts. And as you get a little bit closer, you can very clearly see that multiple fingers on her hand are broken as well.
I'm going to move to the door, making perception check out for anyone following her, and I'm going to summon Malrith outside to keep an eye on the exterior.
42 health.
All right. So as all of you come down, the wounds quickly heal
look
up,
wild.
still leaving the stains of blood on the floor. The cuts on her face heal. The swelling in her eye goes down.
I cast Prestidigitation to clear out the blood.
You look like
And then you
shit.
clean her up a little bit. Her clothing's still torn a little bit.
Do we know her?
As that does not mend.
Yes.
But as
Start
you
casting
heal her
mending.
up, never mind. Over the next little bit, you make her look pristine from her very bloodied state. As you
I'm a very useful wizard.
you clean her up quickly, even getting rid of the blood stain on the floor, leaving no trace within a few moments. While you're cleaning her up, though, as there is a little bit of a casting time for those.
27.
You had something you were going to say?
I'm going to come up and introduce myself. I see you're a friend of the parties. My name's Clay Beekman.
She kind of like, as she's still being healed a little bit, her eyes are a little bit swollen. She goes, I don't care. My name's Zestaria, and
You look
it
like
seems
shit.
that you have a problem. Yes. I'm
Yeah.
so glad you noticed, Gurgle, as you start to heal a little bit more and kind of like almost like taking a little bit to let you actually heal her and clean her up. She waits a minute before she actually starts to talk again. As soon as you actually heal her up, she goes, I have to hang out with all of you more often. I'll have to tell you, that was quite the awful run here.
New in
By the way,
Cinderhall?
something I want to mention. just to kind of reiterate how Zephyr's magic kind of works on the cure wounds and everything. It's all like electricity kind of like runs over the wound and like almost pulls, like the lightning like grabs and pulls it together to close it up. Even the mending works the same way. It seems to like stitch itself with lightning, and then afterwards this fades into whatever the
It's got like the
material
static
was.
lightning jumping between each one as it almost like pulls it together.
Okay. As you finish up, and she gets to the point where she's herself again. She kind of like stretches out her left hand a little bit. The broken fingers being reset and then healed into place. For what it's worth, even like resetting the fingers, as she realizes that you're healing her, herself, she actually went through and seemed to reset each and relodge, I guess you'd say, the fingers.
Sorry, one more thing. I do have detect magic shield running. Anything going on with that?
She is giving off a couple pings, but it is her equipment.
Okay,
If
normal
she,
stuff. Okay.
yeah, she's not giving off any new pings. As a quick reminder, her necklace is magical, her jacket is magical, and her weapon is magical, which is a dagger.
And they talk to her while I'm casting magic. Okay.
So if you don't mind me asking, Zestaria? Zestaria. Did somebody do this to you on your way into the city? I know Zinderhold is a rough and tumble type of town.
No, this was from within the city. Specifically,
I mean, that's kind of what I was asking.
You said on my way in.
Yeah,
Must be more. I was already inside. I was investigating. Just doing what you asked, Zephyr. For what it's worth. Thank you. As she almost like slightly caresses your chin, bordering on like caring and fucking with you, as she like smiles as she gets to like the end of your chin and she like pushes you back, almost like discrediting it. She goes, think about it. The answer is
I just focus on my work.
Bonrose, one of the members of the... Okay, so when I was investigating, I told you that I was going to look into the rest of them. I had given you a little bit of information already on the Kobold group. Their group name, for what it's worth, if I didn't mention it before, was Pobane. Pobane is more involved with the seats higher. I originally thought, in my investigations, that the reason that the higher seats didn't fight was because the scaling, the danger involved with those fights would quickly get too severe. But I have reason to believe, and she. You also notice that despite the fact that you summoned Malrith, and you do have her like standing guard intimidatingly as well, and the door is now shut with Malrith outside, Zestaria's gaze does kind of.
I did roll a 27 perception check as well.
Oh yeah, you were looking. Apologies, that wasn't intimidation. I heard that as intimidation.
Okay.
There does not seem to be anyone following her. There is definitely people whose like eyes are drawn, but not anything that would be unusual to the fact that someone who is literally trailing blood as you look outside the door and you can see blood that is splattered on the ground. But no one that seems to be innately like peakly interested. And she finishes and she says, I've come to find out that I believe the higher seats, well, not Kogal from the little bit of research that I was able to do, they seem to be working together. It's almost as if the four below Kogal, 2 through 5 that is, they don't seem happy with Kogal's standing, but they don't know what they can do to take him down from the top. Along those lines, it seems that the 5th seat isn't what I initially thought in terms of the members, you could say. The kobold that is in charge, he's a necromancer. The others are not real individuals, or at least that is what I initially thought.
They're undead, right?
Yes, but while I initially thought that he was a necromancer himself, I have found new information that's led me to believe that is in fact not. He simply possesses a magic artifact that is letting him control these undead, and these are being produced at large. I was in the midst of figuring that out when I ran into, well, it was a common Vanrith. It's the 4th seat, the group name, just above Pobane. They were meeting with individuals that you should know, Razu, as I was only a bit familiar with them as I left the city just as they started to be established. but it seems your crimson blood, or whatever you called them, they're in Zinderhold. And specifically, they almost seem to be collecting. I wasn't able to get that much information, and for a time I was chased out of the city. Sorry, it took me a little bit longer to collect the information.
Who's leading them?
I don't know his name. He was hooded. The only feature I could tell you, I'm fairly confident he's a dwarf from his build. He's a larger beard. One of them appeared to be clean-shaved, but still of the similar height, perhaps a halfling. The most notable of all, though, is someone that I did recognize, who I did not expect to see here. I've only seen him once in the throne room. He was scared off at the tail end of your battle. I believe only some of you would remember, but she has to make a history check to see if she actually remembers his name.
Can I do an insight check? Is she lying to us on purpose?
Go for it.
29.
She does not seem to be lying. She seems stressed and she seems spaced, likely due to the damage that she had the damage that she had actually received. But there does not seem to be any intentful lying if she is lying.
Why are you informing us of false information?
I don't even know what you mean.
Not yesterday you said that the 6th and 5th team, or 6th and 5th seat, were called Pobane and Van Wraith. Now you're saying it's the 5th and 4th.
She thinks for a moment. She goes, I do not believe that is... She tries to think. Or maybe Okay, Van Wraith...
You said that the Kobold team, the 5th seat, was called Van Wraiths, not yesterday.
Well, yes, the original Kobold team was.
But now you're saying the 4th seat is named Van Wraiths.
Well...
Are they both?
No, the Van Wraiths are... The Van Wraiths are the... And she does very much so seem a bit confused on it. Hard to know if it's research or if there's something more to it. She goes, Van Wraith is... I can only speak to what happened recently. To my knowledge, Pobane is the 5th seat. If I told you something previously, it was
Answer me this.
misleading.
Who's the previous champion of Talos?
Zephyr's been Talos' champion for some time now.
Who did we fight to gain the 13th seat? Or the 12th
The
seat?
would-be imposter. The answer is... I think his name was Gully?
Goldroge, the previous champion of Talos. Until Zephyr took his seat.
It's quite the story you're going with. If you want to perpetuate that, sure, I'm happy to help with that. The point here that I was trying to make, they were meeting with the Daro. I don't know why he's in the city. I don't know if he still is. That was earlier yesterday, or later yesterday, apologies.
Who's the Daro?
The leader of Azoth's assassins?
Also known as Azoth's champion. You literally met with him. I shouldn't be that surprised. I'm sure you remembered Zephyr, maybe even you, Gurgle. But he's meeting with Van Wraith, and specifically, from what I understood, the individuals that serve the Kobold, I believe they are Azoth's creations, not his own. The necromancy that he seems to call upon, I don't think is magic innate to him. That is to say...
Did you figure out what device causes it?
It's a piece of jewelry, but it seems as though he adorns himself with a few. He has multiple rings. He has a necklace. I was able to whittle it down to a piece of jewelry, but exactly which piece I don't know. He seems to wear multiple on purpose, and this command beacon is not the only one that seems to have magical importance or prevalence, I should say.
Okay,
That
so
is to
Adaro's
say-
meeting with him. What does that mean? Why
Well,
are you hurt?
because I got caught.
By
Almost
who?
got caught.
Who hurt
I
you?
feel like if you got caught by Adaro, you wouldn't have got out.
Well, you are correct. Ardal, your man, seemed very keen on me not making my way back to speak with any of you. Didn't mention your name exactly, but he described the crescent blade. You're the only one who even comes close to meeting that description that I know of. That would be related to those from Zaprakar.
And you seem keen on me not knowing?
Seemed keen on me not talking to you afterwards.
Do you know this man, Razu?
I do.
And
Shame he doesn't care.
Who is he?
You was the perfect candidate. Well, under me, of course.
If you recall, I only got wind of this afterwards, as I left Zinderhol or Zaprakar, as well as Ralpurgan at the time. You made a gang of sorts. Initially sworn to the crown, seems that did not last long. What you truly made was a group of power-hungry fools, willing to sell their service to the highest bidder, if only to gain power. From what I understand, they're being led by example of one who says he modeled himself after you.
Zephyr's just like nodding his head, like, yep, checks out.
Ardal, I don't think has a substantial stake in this race, but from the little bit I did gather, he was promised something by Radaro. A similar power to whatever it is that he's given Gerbu, the kobold leader.
So does Ardar have a way to shield himself from Bane and Kogal?
I am confused myself. Kogal does not allow champions in his arena, in his city, but that is...
I feel like that would be like a challenge to him, basically.
It would be, but Kogal is also conveniently missing from Zinderhold as of right now. I assume you know something to do with that. All I know is that he went out to challenge a few oncoming armies. If word is to be believed, as of right now, he's in the mountains near Razlakar, a little bit south. Seems to be, as weird as it is to say, bouncing between Razlakar and Kartafel as of right now. Which you really only could say when referencing someone like him.
Man's busy.
Yes, on your behalf, as it seems. That said, I do have a little bit more information. I was tasked with uncovering the truth about more than just those seats. So,
Would Detect Magic pick up any curse on her?
That's a
no,
big...
Detect Curses is its own spell.
Well, no, it's not. It doesn't exist.
What?
Remove Curse does exist.
Detect Curses does
It
not.
would be really hard to determine, I feel like, though, if somebody had a lot of magic items, what they were
Except
affected
none
under.
of them are affecting her, so she herself is not magical, but your curse would turn her into a magical thing.
What would you call something like Longstrider, though?
A spell you
yeah.
cast on a
I
person,
could
which would
definitely
mean
detect magic
that
Longstrider.
Detect magic
What
would
about
be-
freedom of movement? There's a ring that gives you
I
freedom.
could also detect magic that.
The ring itself would
but-
be magical in that case, though.
Yeah. Or
it
if you
gives you
cast,
freedom of
or if you
movement.
use freedom of movement on the person, right? Let's say it was a ring that stored the spell and was cast upon the person. Now I can once it's cast
Right,
upon
I
the person,
know.
I can detect the person.
But, like, at what point does detect magic start getting lost if they have, like, a bunch
Nope.
of magic
Detect Magic,
items?
identify. Any detection spells do not detect curses.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Greater Restoration.
Curses are
on
kind of
her.
like its
To remove
own
any
like.
curses on her.
I think where
Thing.
the confusion was Bo had a personalized like skill.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
detect
yeah.
curses.
And
It
that's
does
why
require
I'm not-
touch, so I would be touching her mid-conversation.
He just walked up to her.
You just start touching like
What are you casting?
Greater Restoration.
She's got all the guys' hands.
What about
on her.
modify memory?
That's actually, I was suspicious of that. I just don't have anything to do it. Remove curse and greater restoration can.
Need to check something real quick.
And modify memory, yeah, that's kind of a gray area because I don't know. Could I see to modify memory?
Modify Memory? Yes, you could.
Oh.
Modify Memory would be an enchantment spell.
Okay.
Until it became permanent, I feel like.
And if it became permanent, then it would not.
Yeah.
To explain how my Greater Restoration
I
works.
pulled it up. That's what I was like. Actually, looking at it, I was double checking the wording on
I
it.
was just going to explain how it looked.
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
So basically, I mutter the arcane words, and I just basically touch her shoulder quickly before she can get away, and then this cleansing flame almost seems to completely encompass her body. Not painful at all. In fact, even slightly warmth feeling, almost pleasant. as it just completely envelops her in flame and then just as quickly vanishes.
Okay. As the spell takes effect, she kind of like shakes her head a little bit. Goes, that is weird. I do know the champion. His name was Golroge. But why did I not know that?
That's what I'm trying to figure out myself.
Also, your seats, you are correct. Valath is the 6th seat.
Van Wraith's is the 5th seat. Pobane is the 6th.
Yes,
Did you
apologies.
talk to anybody weird that did any magic
Wait.
stuff to you?
Who is the 4th then?
Is the Crimson
Whoever
Covenant.
modified your
The
memory.
2nd is the Line, and 3rd is Bone Rose. The 4th
Bone
seat's...
Bone Rose, dude.
I genuinely, not gonna lie, thought
thought
you were
you would know
fucking with
that,
me because I
Pudgy.
wrote down 6th and 5th and I was like,
I
did I
you
write it
would've
down
known
wrong?
that.
Is the Crimson
The time that taking notes saves you some headache.
Higher, quick. Is his name Bone Rose?
It's the group name, Bone Roses,
Bone Roses. Okay.
with an S on the end.
Does anyone know who the
Like
fourth
Guns N'
seat
Roses?
is?
Don't you know?
But I can't imagine they don't. I saw them, in fact.
Were they the Crimson Covenant?
They might have been. But that doesn't make sense.
Why not? What doesn't add up?
The Crimson Blades is... correct me if I'm wrong, but by my count, yourself included, there are 7 of you.
Yes.
That's not true. There were 7 of them that started.
No, there are 7 of us currently.
By the way, you
Again.
owe me 100 diamonds.
7 of you that
Dust.
started
Started where?
in the upper car.
I mean, I guess they could have left.
Whether they were recruiting
No.
or not, this would only be a subsection of the
Sure.
Crimson Blades.
She has.
There's only 3 members of the team that I saw.
She also has your. She also has your blood.
Bodo and Dave are probably with the king. They were die-heartedly loyal.
It still leaves yourself not included.
Ardal, Galadriel, and Lorien. Ardal being the leader. Have you seen...
If they are the 4th seat, which the way that they were speaking leads me to believe they might have been, although their names were crossed in my mind. When did that happen?
Did you see Dalaran?
If I did, he was hooded. Again, I don't even have full confirmation that I saw who I thought I saw. I just have it on good suspicion.
Do you have that information that Dalaran's been seen in Zopkar recently?
I mean, as far as I know, no. Do you think that I keep in touch with the crown from Zopakar after the events that transpired?
No, just wondering if your information network knew. You seem to know a couple things.
Last I heard about him, he was in Zopakar.
What about that night? You brought it up before. I find myself curious now.
Razu, this line of questioning isn't pertinent at the moment, and we
It
need
is
to go.
quite pertinent.
We need to go find
Zephyr.
Tiku.
He wants to know.
This might have to do with it.
With Tiku.
I might know where she went.
What's your idea?
It might help if we let her finish saying what she wanted to say.
Well, the most important that I was going to tell you, apart from the little bit of information about those above,
Oh, by the
the
way,
higher
Tiku's
seats.
missing. If you haven't cut that.
not surprising, they're rounding up kobolds.
Who?
Something about like rallying the dragons.
Who's rounding up kobolds?
It was what Adara was speaking with them about. I wasn't able to catch all of it, but the bits that I did get was again something about rounding the dragons, or enslaving the dragons would be the better way to say it. Adara seems to be working with both the kobold leader as well as the members that I believe are at least were once affiliated with the Crimson Blade. They're rounding up all kobolds. I was hoping that I could catch you before something might have happened to Tiku,
Is the Crimson Covenant gathering the kobolds?
And they are the ones. They were reprimanding the kobold leader for letting one get away.
Do you know where they're bringing them?
I go up back to the room. Effectively, I think about everything that I taught them how to track. Or to kidnap. Because I taught them from what I remember. I look for any sign that it was them.
Make an investigation check
In
with
fact,
advantage.
I will also... So I still have a vial of mist. I actually have 2, and I'm going to spread the vial on places that I think they would be. I'm effectively going to try to blow on it to see if it will stick to any of their residents, because from what I know, it's attracted to
So the only thing I'll
blood
give to you...
hunters.
Never mind. Roll investigation check with advantage. Now, don't tell me what it is quite yet. Sorry, Gurgle. One more time. What did you ask?
Do you know where they're bringing them?
I don't know exactly, but based on who they were speaking with and the information that I do have on my network, my best guess would be Roslakar.
Road. If somebody were northeast of us right now, would that be on a road to Rajlakar?
Yes, if you were trying to avoid
Sorry, northwest.
If you were trying to avoid the Crystal Eye, that is the only way you could get to Roslakar. Unless you plan to soar straight through it, which most people find ill-advised. You don't exactly travel above the Crystal Eye.
Didn't your little soul orb that I gave you point northwest?
I technically haven't shown that to anyone, so.
Oh.
He was there,
Right,
according
never
to
mind.
Hiram.
I don't know that.
I was the only person in the Packers
Hiram
room.
said
Yeah,
that he
that was-
noticed it, but
Well, he noticed it. No one asked me what it was. I just put it in my pocket.
20.
I feel like his perception, he'd be able to see it, but fair enough.
Yeah, he doesn't know what it is.
I mean,
I wasn't standing next to him. I would have been walking out, and then he would have done that, and I would have looked back or something like that. Something like that.
Yeah, a door slammed open. I put it in my pocket. We went downstairs. So,
I wouldn't know what it is.
yeah.
Miss sticks to the dresser.
I have one question.
Is there a specific part, or is it just all over it?
Nope, it's the part specifically that was slightly broken in.
And Zephyr already opened it? Mm-hmm. Open it again.
She open it again. Don't seem to notice anything new.
I remove the drawer.
Gonna take the drawer out and kind of remove it, set it down. Can't quite see anything.
I break the drawer in half.
Blood remembrance thingy.
She go to break. As you break the drawer in half, it snaps. The bottom of the drawer did in fact have a symbol on it, a familiar symbol to you. Now broken in half.
Okay, what is the symbol?
The symbol is it is an octagon with a scythe through the middle, an arm behind the scythe, and the scythe has cut the top of the arm.
Gurgle, can you go check on Razu? Sounds like there's commotion up there.
I search for a paper.
Oh,
Or
okay.
any kind of writing.
Okay.
And I will use
Razu,
my
What are you doing?
spell Comprehend Languages. I will cast Comprehend Languages.
Okay. As you now have two pieces of... You go up to a broken drawer in half. Razu has scrounged up a piece of paper from the room.
getting mad at
And
the furniture doesn't help blow off steam.
With your perception, you would notice immediately. He's got it on its side, and there's a symbol on the bottom of the drawer.
Oh,
I know
that's
exactly what I'm
That's
doing.
kind of
girl.
interesting. What's that?
Don't breaking furniture?
What is
Wait
this?
a second.
Did you say-
This is the kind of stuff that I'm all about.
Can you say I found a piece of paper?
Yeah, they're easily enough. You're in an inn. You have paper available to you for sure.
You
No,
kind
no,
of
you saying
you kind of
I
look at it
looked-
like
I'm looking for a
Left by the
note.
Blood Covenant.
almost a form of
no.
Thieves can't.
these can't. Yeah.
You do not find fun.
Or like some vigilante
Damn
with a vendetta that wants to leave a mark on something.
What was
Serial
it?
killer.
Use your blood remembrance thingy.
Blood remembrance?
How you do your blood and you find cool shit about stuff.
That is a good idea, but that is not
I don't remember
what
what
I
it's
would
called.
call it.
That is exactly what I would call it.
For you, Jasmine, by the way, yes, this Zestaria does have her tattoo.
Okay.
The ghost in the wind.
I would touch the symbol and make a history check.
Her tattoo's magical, right?
Go for it.
And you're saying with
Yes,
this, I'm
her
not
tattoo would
allowed to
also
use
give off
Kenku
magic
Recall?
to him.
Just because.
In his mind. Okay.
Am I allowed to use Kenku Recall?
No, you are not allowed to use Kenku Recall on this.
I'll ask Zostaria. So I need you to tell me truthfully. Did you escape or you were let free?
That is an excellent question. My opinion is I was let free. However, I also don't sell my own skills short when it comes to espionage, so honestly, I'd say it's a mixture of both. I think they realized they couldn't catch me, but then they gave me a too convenient way to escape. I imagine some broken fingers, a cut-up arm. Well, let's just say it's a small price to pay to get away with the information that I did. My mind being a little bit more clear, before I can clearly tell you that I would have told you I got away on my own. So, it is likely they let me get away. As much as that stings slightly.
And then, yeah, I rolled a 25, and I would like to cut myself to manifest this.
Okay. So as you cut your arm to try and get almost trying to figure out effectively the history of what had happened around this object, you're immediately confused as your blood seems to pour a little bit more than normal. Not to the point that it's something you can't deal with, but a decent amount pours, and is where normally there's almost like the small, almost like dancing silhouettes that will act out history for what you know. The blood pulls to the drawer, and the drawer, almost seemingly in response to it, this blood or this symbol seems to almost like melt down the drawer and mixes with the blood that has slipped from you, and then it seems to almost stretch out, almost quickly looking like the vein and artery network, the blood circulation network of an individual, before almost wrapping in, starting to become more of a humanoid silhouette, or more of like almost like an outline. It looks as if you had drawn just pieces of a person, just so you could ever so faintly get the outside of what appears to be a about 3 foot tall humanoid-esque, roughly, thing. As soon as it seems to form, this humanoid feature clasps its arms together and almost lowers a little bit. And Gurgle, you being in the room as well, you can actually hear this talk. It says, well, Crimson Leader, Crescent, as we've now chosen to dub you, we are following in your footsteps. We've learned that, well, there's only one way to true power, and we figured out what it is. We received your summons, or your message, that is, and we are doing what we must. For the time being, we will continue to gather the necessary resources for the next step in our genetic evolution. Know that we are doing this for the goal that you have set out for us, and we truly look forward to the day that we can present it to you, truly giving you the power that you, and us in turn, so rightfully deserve. Yours in blood, Crimson.
That's a really cool sign out, by the way.
By the way, this is Gurgle-Xyz as well.
Yes, and as soon as it finishes, that almost like blood apparition seems to... And there's now that slight puddle of blood on the floor.
You got some trippy-ass friends, Riser.
I would, just for flavor, ignite the blood before I leave.
Okay. As Razu, it's still almost like kind of trailed from your wrist a little bit. You ignite a
hint of anger. I would just set it.
Jesus!
You really do not like the people on stream, do you?
I'm literally turning off system sounds right now. The way that I would interpret that is if you still have blood dripping from your arm a little bit, you ignite the one of the blood drops falling as it hits the blood, almost like a trail of gasoline. It just burns for a moment before dissipating on the floor with a slight burn marks in the wood.
I would then walk downstairs.
Alright, Sistaria, now I really need to know what happened that night.
I still don't get to that to be relevant. Do you still wish to know more about the seats above you, or should I entertain Razu's fascination with something I feel like you should already know?
Go ahead and answer Razu. I think we'll have to talk about the seats later, though.
Do you want the Cliff Notes, or do you want the long version?
You can speed it up.
The Cliff Notes, the cleansings, whatever you want to call them, purification, the slaughters that they really were, the kidnappings, disguised as many different things. The night of the Black Moon was the night the Alchemy Guild's laboratory, the outside building, something went wrong. The story that went around was that there was some kind of experiment inside that somehow got loose. By the time any research or any gods made it to the laboratory, all those inside were dead. For what it's worth, it's also the last time Squawk was ever seen. Presumed dead, along with whatever other experiments were happening inside. There were unfortunately many children. It was led to believe afterwards, as a result of that Squawk had been experimenting on both humans, Kenkus, Leonins, take your pick. Anything under the sun. There was strands of DNA everywhere. And I do mean strands of DNA everywhere, as it almost looked as if a chimera had gone through the building in a hurricane of rage.
And that's when he became wanted. Yes.
That is when Squawk became wanted, yes. That is not where the night got its name, though. The night got its name from whatever it was that escaped that night. Or, when you drew breath, from what I understand. You ever...
Reported this story.
Many. There was a silhouette, a figure, that went through the streets butchering all in their path. The last thing most people remember on the night of that full moon was a black figure darkening the moonlight. Some lived, not for long, unfortunately, as it almost seemed as if, like similar to a vampire attack, their blood had been thinned. Not absorbed, but somehow taken. They had been caught in many wounds, but any idea of like a vampire, for example, was quickly blotted out. The king brushed it under the rug because rumors started to arise that Mutalim was responsible. There were already many rumors at the time that Mutalim was undead due to his cold composure, and I do mean the actual touch of his skin, as well as the way that he treated people in times leading up to then. There were many rumors of a bird-like individual that, for those that did get any kind of a silhouette, one that seemed to be carrying a scythe. At first, the rumors were almost completely let go until you returned to Zoprakar and my father looked into it. Serval was a very suspicious individual, especially when people interacted with me. Come to find out that around the time that this Night of the Black Moon happened, was a bounty hunter who rapidly started to make a name for himself. But then he left the guild soon after. Lines up with the time that you had related to us about your games, death games, whatever you wanted to call them.
Okay.
So now I must ask that I've told you a little bit about this night, at least the cliff notes. Was it you?
And the silhouette they saw was of a little boy.
Yes, it was quite young. Impressive, in fact. A feat that not many could pull out. It was said that your count was in the thousands that night.
Interesting.
For what it's worth, you dealt with the poverty problem at the time. No cleansing has been carried out since then due to the volume of death that you wrought.
Who knows who did it?
Who indeed? How is this related?
Can I insight Razu just out of curiosity?
Right.
Go for it.
Sure. I'm forgetting inciting him too here.
15.
Oh, I don't do great. I believe he's legit. He has no idea.
What's your
I have a
persuasion?
5.
What's your persuasion plus?
Passive persuasion.
Is this okay? Passive persuasion's 50.
Roll meets it, beats it.
I still think it's Razu. I just think he doesn't actually know.
Doesn't
Roll
seem
a
to
5.
be, doesn't seem to be lying. Seems. It's not that he seems to be lying. He seems very intrigued, but he doesn't seem guilty.
I doubt he would be
In fact,
guilty.
he doesn't seem like he cares
He's like,
hardly at all.
my stats. What's my KD?
Now, how is this
seem like he
related?
Even in the slightest.
Because seems the Crimson Covenant has taken Tiku.
But I still don't understand how this story is related. Unless you think those who praised you afterwards were maybe related. You did get a small group of fanatical individuals.
Was curious to see how much the Sheprakar royals were involved.
I couldn't tell you. That is not something I looked into. The only reason I even know the details of the night is my father told me to be careful of you and your group.
Is his mom ever even seen in the city?
Razu's? You know, I didn't think about this until you just said it, but I didn't even comprehend that he had one. In my head, he was always drawn up in a lab.
Yeah, we're not completely sure either.
I mean, he was always talking about his mom and his sister on the beach or something.
For what it's worth, there was one that survived that night. He was the one who spread most of the rumors, including coining the name of the night.
What's his name?
Dalaran.
More interesting.
Wasn't Dalaran part of your group?
Yes,
You know,
He is also the person that helped all the homeless people.
in fact, one would say the head of the group.
as much as I'd love to talk about this, we should go try to find Tiku right now.
I think I already know where they're taking her.
I do have a stone to help us track her as well.
Just to inform you.
Oh, well, that's convenient. You could have said that earlier.
I know you have a GPS.
What's a GPS?
And that's where that's ending.
Just to inform you, Tiku did not leave that room. She was magically ported out.
Well, that's
She could
technically
be
still
anywhere.
leaving the room.
The Packer's pretty distraught about Tiku's disappearance. He gave me this to right before I left the room.
What is that?
It's
Looks like a ball full of his blood.
I believe it's orb in order to track Tiku. It seems to pull a direction.
A god canning for a mortal.
What does it? Where does it pull?
I mean, I had the River on.
Where does it pull?
and
Wasn't River on-
It's northwest.
Currently,
Right.
it's northwest.
Yeah.
It seems to have slightly moved.
Well,
It's still northwest, it's just a little bit more west now.
it seems we need to challenge the fifth group.
Where it's northwest.
Yeah. I
Now I come up with my idea.
summon Aerith.
Okay.
I give the orb to Aerith, and I just want Aerith to like fly towards the edge of the city and see if it goes out of the
He's
city.
trying to
Wait,
triangle.
guys.
Is you send her off.
I'm gonna have Malrith follow her. Just
Wait,
make sure
guys,
she
this is
doesn't get
perfect.
attacked or anything.
They have to be taking Tiku to Razakar.
They're taking the ticket to Razakar.
Why Razakar?
To Razakar.
Because
That's what Zistaria said.
To Razakar.
what's his face is they're gathering all the kobolds in Razakar.
But why?
Tiku said they were being experimented on, and was the entire reason we were planning on breaking them out.
But this is the best part.
I'm a little surprised. Your people took her, right?
Seems so.
Did she go willingly? Because I don't see her just being.
There was no sign of a
of
scuffle.
struggle.
She had every single piece of equipment that she normally takes with her.
I think they invited her.
She was out cold. They either,
What do you mean she was out cold? She never even entered the bed.
Wait, they
firstly,
what if they
she drunk herself ridiculously. But secondly,
As a quick reminder, the alcohol in the cubic sword doesn't
not
actually get you
inebriated.
drunk.
Then
Also,
there's-
She was just drunk with
she
emotion.
has a reason. She has a reason to follow them. If they said, "If you come with us, we'll
Take you
let
to
you
the
see your
others."
fee. We'll let you see your people." I mean,
Much better.
Also,
they probably wouldn't even had to have fought her or
Oh, yeah.
or
I
forced
I
her.
was more saying that this is more plausible mostly because, as well as trained as your people are, I don't think they're trained enough to take off Tiku.
What's the quickest a
From
magical
what-
group could get to Razlakar from here
I mean, if you have access to the teleportation circle
without
instantly.
teleports?
Without teleporting, if you're actually
They would
what are
want
you
to-
riding?
They would want to keep it off the books.
Let's say a fast magical mount.
Here's a better question for you, Sistaria. You're very skilled at this. How would you get there without being noticed?
I mean, if you really don't want to be noticed, you go through the crystal eye.
But
There's a path, not too deep. There's multiple levels to the crystal eye, just in case you haven't explored it much. You don't really go past level 5. Think of it almost as like floors to a mine. Don't go deeper than level 5. But on the first 5 levels, it's an easy access point for what most people call the Underdark. There's a network beneath all of Altira. There is a cave that I could take to Razlakar from the crystal eye. If you wanted how I would do it, unnoticed, that is how I would do it.
I thought the Underdark wasn't connected across the continent.
But hold on,
It
why,
was separated.
why
into
would they need to
sections.
be unnoticed? They're going back to a place that they are the dominant force, the dominant military force.
They would want to be unnoticed leaving.
If I wanted to be unnoticed leaving,
When they get there, I'm sure they're not worried about it.
if I wanted to be unnoticed leaving, I would exit from the top. You'd have to be able to get to the higher floors, but if you could access them, not many eyes are up there.
People
Wyverns.
look up.
People don't look up, and people aren't allowed hirelings in.
Or if they're the third seat that we still don't know the
If they're the fourth seat.
that we don't know.
well,
the
even
name
the 5th seat has access. The access goes pretty. 5th on up has access to everything.
of. So
from,
if his friends are the fourth seat, then they would have access to the higher floors, in which case they could just leave through the top.
they could get access to as high as the 15th floor, and yes, at that point it'd be very easy to leave unnoticed.
And we're not going to be able to do that. Obviously, we're not hiding, though.
But we don't need to.
Oh, I know.
Teleport
I know.
down to Gongili,
But
teleport into Razlakar. We beat them there.
can we... I don't have the teleportation to Razlakar, right?
You do know what teleporting into Razlakar would incur, by the
He
way.
has an alternative method of
Oh.
entering
The
the
thing
city.
is I believe that
Also,
you
on
can't
top of that-
teleport into Razlakar unless you're invited. But I
Also-
seem to believe that my grandpa might have had a way in.
Also, on top of that, too, us teleporting to Razlakar, we'd be very
open.
open and noticed.
Again,
We don't have
I
enough
think Razlakar is more of a
information.
magic city, which means that if you graduated from their school, you would have your own dimensional pouch. That's why I have a key. I pull out her dad's key.
As you pull it out, she seems to recognize it immediately. She goes, "You're right and wrong at the same time. Also, I would very much like to get my inheritance back from you at some point."
He gave it to me. Look, take it up with your dead dad, okay?
Yeah, I'll do that. There we go. Whatever the case is, that is not exactly something you get for graduating from Razlakar.
No, but this is, and I pull out his certificate.
Yes, the key is given to a headmaster at their main school. They train wizards, or hunters. Not wizards is wrong, actually. With them, it'd be blasphemous to call them wizards. They train clerics and sorcerers blessed by gods, especially Azoth.
I wonder if my grandpa either was originally from the city, or maybe at some point he studied there because he's crazy and he
If
would
he did,
knew a
that
lot.
key would definitely give you access to it. Or at least it would give you to
Well,
access
this
to
would be
it.
your dad's stuff. I'm saying a way in because
That key
your
is
dad-
not access to my dad's stuff. That's a key that gets you into their school.
Oh well. Regardless, that's not how we get into the city. I'm saying I'm pretty sure my grandpa had the way into the city. I don't know how your dad got into the city. He probably does, but I don't know where it is.
We didn't talk about it much, but I know that he's welcome there, and he was welcome there even when you arrived in Zoprakar.
But
In
I
fact, he made a
think-
trip there while you were present.
I think high-ranking mages, based on the fact that your dad had this, the key and the certificate of graduation, and the fact that my grandpa teleported me there once, although I didn't know it at the time. I think both of them maybe had ways into the city that supersede their block of teleportation into the city.
Let's say you're right, Garrigo. And you did decide to teleport in. What do you do from there? Rozlakar is a city fanatically obsessed with magic.
Well, we go
specifically the divine kind. And you have this divine magic that you can show.
He can block us from gods, and we all can go undercover.
Yeah.
I have
Great
divine
idea.
magic.
From who?
From
Let me just put on a plague doctor's mask.
To them, that is going to be a Darrow.
Walterines!
Not exactly a god associated with magic, but it would work. As long as you're not associated with Mistra directly. They
don't have to know that.
Oh, this is going to go great.
You also know that there's probably a bounty on all our heads.
Why would there be a bounty on my head? I'm Clay Beak.
Again. First off,
Because you're
nobody knows him.
associated with us.
Nobody knows him. Their champion is in this city right now, it seems. There's never a better
He
time.
was yesterday. From my understanding, he can get around. You asked if there's a way for people to teleport inside of Rozakar. If anyone can, Adaru can.
Right, but he's obviously distracted. So, I mean, if there was a time to do it, I feel like it would be now.
If you choose to go, I do have informants in Rozakar. I can... Well, she points to her cheek and she says, you could keep an eye out for them. However, as a quick reminder for you, she has a tattoo on her cheek. It's a book with a dagger stabbed through it. And this is, however, I will do nothing but listen for word of your death.
It's a
And when I hear it,
Well, we have to
I'll be sad. Not for you, but I will be sad.
We know that Tiker's walking into a trap.
We know, but we don't have enough information. But we know her Goldbook friends are in cahoots.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, if you don't have enough information to save your friend, but you know they're going to die if you don't do anything, does it matter if you don't have enough information?
We just go in as prepared as we can.
Just try to keep a low profile.
Yeah, maybe you should work on that.
I don't need to. I'm Clay Beekman.
My point is Adaro is working with the kobolds. We could challenge the fifth seat tomorrow, and our win condition, he tells us everything.
What makes you think that the kobold knows everything?
He tells us everything he knows.
What if he doesn't
From
know
my
anything?
understanding, or from what I heard from that conversation.
What if he's a pawn?
I don't think he knows much.
Probably knows
I
where
will
Tiku
say
is.
this. I believe you are mistaken in that regard.
No,
If I
because
am,
he
then
wanted to fight.
wonderful.
He wanted
It's
to
much
fight
more
Tiker.
important than you give him credit for.
He wanted to fight Tiku, which means that he would not expect Tiku to leave the city. Which means that he probably doesn't know that they kidnapped Tiku and took her out
When
of the
did you
city.
even speak with him? I was trailing him for the majority of the time.
We spoke to him not an hour ago. Maybe 2.
More like 4.
Or I
5.
guess the interviews were 2 hours, so 4 hours.
In the
Earlier this
Cubix.
afternoon.
Yes.
But to be honest, though, I'm going.
That's why
I'll
I'm
be
saying
going
I'm a
with you.
Zephyr.
We gotta
If you want
find
to
our companion.
come,
Look,
can,
it may
but
be suicide,
if
but
you're-
we gotta go.
But
We
if you're
might
too
want to.
afraid,
We have to the best way. This is what you need to understand, Razer.
trail's hot.
I lived in the Cutthroat City for like 5 years. I'm gonna tell you the best way to not spring a trap is to spring their trap early and then set up your own trap where they think that they're going to trap you.
Counter ambush. That's right.
You really think they're not going to
triangulate.
notice us leaving this city?
No, they won't, because he can teleport us through the tree, and he can teleport us, hopefully, if he can figure out what the heck my grandpa did, he can teleport us to the city.
Nice, the 12th seat
Or
just disappeared.
Or do we cut through the crystal eye?
That's one day. We just barely won a thing. We're
We-
partying in our thing. They don't care.
Do not
The Crimson Covenant took Tiku without us noticing.
need.
I
You
mean, we
think they're not
noticed.
going to know we're gone?
We noticed
Yeah.
after she was gone, so I mean, there's that.
That's a fool's thought process.
We do
No.
not need to go all the way to Roslakar. Zephyr is sending Edith. Once she returns, he'll be able to triangulate her position. I should be able to get us very close.
And
Yeah, but why wouldn't we want to be in the city? I'm sure they
The
have a
city
guard.
filled with our assassins and enemies
Yeah.
instead of ambushing them on the road.
The
Good
last-
choice.
how about this?
The last thing
How
they
about
would
we try to
expect
catch
is
up
us
to
to be
Tiku?
catch up to her. We don't even know where she is. She could be there already.
No,
well, I mean,
she
she's got,
literally
he's
could
got
not
the stone that can track her.
She could be mostly there already.
be. It has been 2
Let's
hours.
cut through the crystal eye and we can see if we can catch up to them.
I do not
I have
believe
to
that
agree
is
with Zephyr.
necessary.
That sounds like a fantastic plan.
They've been gone for 2 hours. They probably have not even made it to the mountain pass, even if they were traveling absurd speeds.
But we could get ahead of them.
I
Well-
could get us ahead of them.
Potentially. We can try it. I mean, if you can't, then
I'm-
we go through the crystal eye. Sound
All right,
good?
time
fine
out.
with that.
Zestaria, do you have a scry spell?
She looks at her hand. She goes, "Do I look like I can cast scry?"
I didn't say can you cast scry. I
No,
said do you
I can
have a
get
scry
one,
spell? That's
though.
different.
Not terribly hard to acquire.
Do you, Gurgle? Try pulling it out of the necklace. Sounds like something you'd have.
That's not a necklace, but it's not a terrible idea. But I don't know if it would be a scroll. I don't know why you just keep a scroll of.
I'm just waiting
scrying.
for Earth to show back up.
As am I.
So,
I mean, you centered the town edge, so it would be a little bit, but
yeah. Just let you know. That's
How far can she actually go?
That's actually a good
She
question.
can go
Am I able to communicate
indefinitely.
with
I
Malrith?
just can't communicate.
you can
Further
commute up to a
distances?
mile.
Is the town edge further than a mile?
Yes.
Okay.
Zernold is massive. In response to you, Gurgle, she says, "I could acquire you a scry spell, but something I will say, I mentioned it before, I kind of came at a request for the battle here. But just so you know, I will not accompany you to Razlakar. That, to me, I understand you must do what you must, and I hope for your safe return."
I wasn't expecting you to.
Also, we have-
Actually, I was expecting you to stay here and be safe.
Also, we have to
Should
bust
take a
our
break.
kobold friends out
You did
anyway.
good work.
If I'm taking a break, I'm not taking it here.
Hold on, time out.
Perhaps I'll go meet with your
Why
family.
wouldn't we just go
see if
in
I can't
anyway,
make sure they
'cause-
get here safely.
You do realize you still owe us some more information.
Yes, I had it, but you have a long line of questioning. I do still have more info on...
Which sounds like you probably need to stay here until we come back.
He wants you to wait in his room.
Can't stay in my room.
She like deeply sighs, looks at one of the tables where one of the glasses hasn't quite been finished. She kind of like takes a quick glance at each of you and goes, "Fuck you," and then she goes and sits at one of the tables.
I do believe
and
that's the
says-
goal.
Listen,
No.
he sees the sexual tension.
She just sits down, drinks it, and then calls Cram over to fill up the glass. Who responds? This
All
is
right,
not
hear
the
me
first
out,
person
guys.
in there.
Hear me out. We have to go to Razlakar anyway. We were gonna bust Tiku's buddies out.
We were going to bust them out with Tiku's assistance.
We can
With
pick her up along
gone,
the way.
Our power is extremely limited.
Also, Tiku's the one that
Hey,
knew where they are. We're going in
Kane.
blind.
With all due respect, same
Take your
power is reduced. I'm Clay Beekman, and I'm here with you.
Also, yeah.
And Clay, with all due respect, Tiku could kick your ass.
Doubtful.
Listen, we gotta get into the city one way or the other. We can't just walk through the front door, nor does Zestaria's great idea of going through the Underdark Because how many people do you think go that way anyway? Look, it's probably a little bit less inconspicuous because it's probably a little bit more dangerous, but they've also got a lot of high-level mages. I'm sure tons of them use that route.
At this point, Aerith would come back as well, followed closely by Malrith. She communicates back to they're on the edge of the pits of annihilation. Not terribly far ahead. Maybe about a day's travel. 2, if you go, depending on your
A
speed.
day's travel in 2 hours.
Well, I mean, we could probably
my
cut that
rough
in half if
calculations
we
are
have,
they're riding my
flying
wyvern.
steeds.
I'm telling you, they did not travel. They teleported.
Then why wouldn't they just teleport the whole way?
Because that's not how magic works. Rozlikar has an anti-teleportation field. Is this your first day? in
And yet
Alfreda?
I've seen 3 people teleport into the city.
Based on
Because they had permission. Do you not understand how magic works?
based on the speed they're going, do
I mean,
think they're riding
not
by wyvern?
really. He doesn't study it. He just has it inherently.
That's true.
A day's travel, a day or two's travel in 2 hours is too fast even for wyverns. If they are traveling by wyvern, they did something to speed it up.
Let's get going.
I should be able to bring us to a decently close location, assuming there's a tree in the Whispering Savannah that I have seen before.
I'd say, yeah, you can get in the Whispering Savannah. Roll me a d6.
I'm a god! 2.
2? You can get you'd be able to get to the hills at the beginning of the Whispering Savannah. You can see-
Basically where the S is?
Yes.
Okay. I could get us within a half a day's travel of them.
I can point to the
That's
map
great.
and
If
it's
we-
great.
And how are we going to keep up with them moving at a day's travel in 2 hours?
Well, that's great because if they haven't left it means they probably have to wait another day to cast that teleportation spell.
I do need a laser pointer. That'd be so good. I could just point at the freaking map. That's
We should have
amazing.
scaled that up to the full wall.
I don't know how you guys make sense at all. I don't think we're going to catch them, but...
I mean,
It's
worst
called-
case scenario, we don't catch them. We go a different route, right?
It's true.
It's easy enough.
It's called having a plan B.
We can teleport around. It's fine.
And what happens if Tiku doesn't want to come with us?
Well, then we'll have a plan C.
Why would she not? We're her friends.
And besides, I'm Clay B.
Because
Revenge.
she wants to go into the city and get people, and part of her condition of joining them was that we didn't go with her. That's why she left us.
And if we inform her, hey,
Well, hold on. How do we
they're
know
not your
she
friends.
left us and she wasn't taken unwilling?
All right, guys, I'm going.
Technically, I need to cast the spell, but I do.
I mean, I'll take off without you.
All right, Zephyr, I'm with you.
I like leave the building.
All
All right, Cram, take care of Zestaria. We're gonna be out for a bit.
Feel free to finish off that bottle.
As you guys are walking out, she's just sitting, glass in hand, just flipping you off. She says, "Come home safe." And continues to drink. Just from at this point, she's now gotten to the point where she just has the bottle and she's just drinking from the bottle while flipping you off as you
I
guys
think
walk
she's
out.
going places.
If I find your dad's shit in the city, it's mine.
Sadly, I think you're right.
As you say that, she turns to you, the bottle in hand, slams it down, and then
You're the one that said you didn't want to come.
she picks up her knife and starts to play with it as you guys all exit and shut the door behind you. The last thing you see is she kind of like looks at you and goes, and you like see her like almost like whisper. She's just like,
You wouldn't hit me.
Yes, you would.
you say you wouldn't hit me. And you see her reel back, door shuts, and you see the blade just through the door.
You know she missed you on purpose, right?
I don't think she could hit me.
Okay.
Hey, we leave it at that.
All right, so now we're gonna go walk through a tree.
Apparently.
All right, Kane.
This is fantastic. I never walked through a tree before. New
It's
experiences, they're exciting. I'm pretty sure I'll be good at it.
How hard is it to walk through a tree?
I don't know. Have you done it before?
Oh, you haven't eaten shellfish in the last couple days, have you?
Shellfish? No.
Okay, good.
I'm going to raise my hand to summon Malrith back to me, and then I'm going to basically place the staff on the ground
fact, when I'm
and
in
basically
Zinderhold, I
allow
try to not
fire
eat
to
any
travel through it, allowing the staff to grow into the very wide tree as the floor is only 30 feet tall, as you said.
From the end.
And then as the staff
Very,
appears, and then I'm going to create more fire into my hands and basically place it into the tree, and almost creating that hole, burning a hole into the tree. And then I'll just take a step back and gesture, and it's to the Whispering Savannah.
Are we supposed to set the tree on fire?
No,
There is
no,
a slight
no,
burning around the
We
rim that
just,
just
we just
opened.
walk in.
We just walk in.
Okay.
Before Zephyr walks through, he's like, he takes a moment, thinks about it. Do you have to ask the tree's permission before you walk through it?
I just like lay down into it.
Yes.
I just
do.
walk through it and go, Clay Beekman.
The fire does
Interesting.
not hurt it, if that's what you're wondering.
And I just go through it.
Okay.
I'm just fascinated by the idea of like tree sentience.
As you guys all walk through the portal, you are.
And then, as I'm walking through, I'm just going to be placing my hand on the trunk as I'm walking through and basically turning into a staff and me pulling it through the magic with me. As technically speaking, it doesn't technically say I can't do that.
You can bring it.
Okay.
Okay. So as you effectively close the spell behind you, as all of you have exited from what is, I think they're called willows. The trees, you have exited from a tree that is very much so blown over. The branches have actually blown sideways
Just
due to
climbing out.
the very strong amount of wind that as soon as you pull out, it's like enough wind that you're like not prepared for it. As soon as you step out of the tree, it almost like you take a step to the side as this gust of wind is constantly blowing across to you. As you're looking into, you guys are just on the edge. You can see a little bit to the north of where you guys are at. There's some sporadic trees. You're in almost a sprawling savanna. To the north of you guys, there is, it starts to go into hills that get larger and larger to, as soon as it goes off into the distance, it slowly even makes it into mountains. To the south of you guys, even from this distance, you can see what appears to be like the edge faintly on the horizon of what appears to be water. Which you'd know is the lake that surrounds the Crystal Eye. You'd put yourself again in terms of the map. You're right around where the S is on Savannah, just to the south of where the hills start. You yourself, Kane, would also be familiar with the town to the north, just to the north.
Something
of where you are
I
right now.
forgot to say before we did this, because this was completely in the plan and I just spaced it. Let's see here. Aura. Oh. I did mean to prepare it, technically. I unprepared something, I just didn't click on it. Sorry, let me find it.
For what it's worth,
here we go.
the village to the north that you're familiar with is Larton.
Larton.
Alright, so on each of us, I would cast was it Nistul? How do you say it? Nistul's magic aura on
Okay.
each of us. So it'd be 5 of them. It's a level 2 spell, and I'm just doing false auras to mimic other divinity magic.
Okay.
Who wants to be what?
Obviously, I want to be the snake boy.
Oh, so Seth.
Seth champion.
Oh,
Or-
not
or
champion,
at-
just
no,
a
probably-
follower.
As a quick reminder
Probably
as well, just
Azov.
because you guys would know this, Seth is not currently a major god.
No, I was
Recognized
gonna say Azoth.
Azoth. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Snake boy meaning like the people that hunted us.
I'll go ahead and
You know, the
cast
snake people that I killed.
What's the aura? What aura do you guys want to have? He's giving you guys all a false aura.
Azoth, baby. What up?
Wait, I thought the whole point was to have not noticeable aura.
not our auras.
I'll go with Wazari.
Think of camouflage. It's like camouflage, Razu.
Yeah, and you think they're not going to notice even it's the minor god walking through the city.
We're not in this city.
Everyone
I'm
has
Azoth,
almost everyone has some kind of divinity associated to them. What do you? Have you not been?
So he's not giving
paying
you
attention?
a new aura. His plan is to basically change the aura that you have.
He's disguised selfing your aura.
So when people like detect magic, all your magic shows as like divinity.
It's
Basically.
effectively like he's effectively doing a disguise kit for the way that your magic or your abilities.
And even
is
your
shown.
magic, like your magic items, everything.
And it has to be through what of gods?
Just
Any of them.
which god do you want? Like, if
Which
someone's-
god could you bullshit?
exactly.
Bane?
You can do Ben.
So, okay. Yeah, you can do
Bane, Wazarine.
I'm just gonna refuse the spell. I'll just
Wazarine?
keep my Wazarine. Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably fine.
As
So
off.
you don't need to use that. Yeah, I gotta change mine because mine's.
I wanted to go Tiamat so badly. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, you can pull it. You can pull it off.
Muhammad looks down at you very disappointingly.
That's why I didn't. I wanted to.
I shouldn't. I feel like just walking around is. You know what? Let's just go. We're just gonna go full on Talos. So all my magic show up as Talos.
Okay.
Oh, I
You're
was
just
gonna ask.
fully.
So it's because I'm gonna assume it's not gonna be just thing to hide anyways. So, but even my arcane magic shows up as
Okay.
as from Talos. So
As you cast the spell, you hear in your head, "Good choice. It's hard to hide. Red's little unique."
okay, which one of them was that? Was that Talos or was that freaking
Go Rose.
Gold
It
Rose?
seemed
Yeah.
to come from in your head.
Okay.
Was less a-
Imagine that was Talos though.
Like he'd be fine. It's fine.
Okay. So you pull out your orb. It is now pointing southeast.
So I am going to I am going to use up the 4 spells.
Okay.
So
It's not concentration. Wait.
nope. Just
That's
I
convenient.
believe it's just touch. Let me double check on this. Let me make sure.
As soon as we pop here,
Yeah.
just in case they're moving faster
24
than I
hours, no
anticipated,
concentration.
I'm gonna roll a perception check, checking the skies specifically, to see if I can spot them.
Over it.
Is it a cloud? It's always cloudy over here, isn't it?
31.
Not as much in the Whispering
Oh
Savannah.
no, because that's near the volcano. Yeah, yeah.
It's near.
So we're out of it. We probably have somewhat clear skies for once.
We actually have very clear skies currently. The only thing that
It's
is
windy, right?
severe weather is that it is extremely windy right now. To the point that even so, like with Savannah, you're looking at mostly like low grass terrain, willowing trees, some taller grass that almost seems to resemble wheat, but is more so just like yellow grass. It's got a unique name. I don't remember what it is.
Dry grass?
Yes, I believe dry grass.
Oh. By the way,
I
also
thought that's why you named the dry
for
fields then.
if we ever end up in a fight, I am just wielding my shield on my one arm. I'm armless on the other. I've attached my
Wand.
my amulet to
Oh.
the shield, and I've
Okay.
Warcaster, so I can cast that way. So
Okay. What'd you get?
31.
31. While you do not see anything in the skies, there is what appears to be almost like a caravan that is traveling. They seem to be coming from the direction of Zinderhold.
How far away?
At this point, it's like you're seeing it just like very off in the distance, probably like 3/4 of a mile to a mile out.
And is that the same direction that is pointing?
Yes.
Nothing in the skies, but there is a caravan about a mile in that direction that your tracker seems to be pointing directly at.
A caravan.
well, let's start going. Time like the
Do you
present.
know what type of goods they're transporting?
It's a mile out. I can barely make out detail.
I didn't know your limitations. Sorry.
You
Can you
guys,
see it?
are you waiting for them to get closer? Do you want to start to move towards them?
We'll
Yeah.
start to move.
Start moving
I'm
towards
actually,
Well,
since I could free
they're about a
cast
mile
this,
out. Do we have any mounts?
I do not.
I have Malrith, but I would not consider her a mount. I'm gonna free
This might
cast
take a
pass
while.
without a trace.
She would hold me. I'm
So-
small.
So your guys' plan is to stealth then?
Even if we're not stealthing, it would still make our passives 10 higher. So
How
and
long
it's
does it
free
last?
cast, might as well.
How long does it last?
An hour.
An hour. Yeah, I mean, you can make it in an hour.
I do
You
have
Well, I
You
guess
can
it's
manage
moving away from us at the same time.
No, it's moving in our direction.
Oh, is it moving? In
It's
our
not moving
direction?
directly, so it's moving north. and you guys are still a bit
But we
northeast.
could like
Northwest.
Yes, you would. So you would especially know this. You guys have appeared almost off in
Off a beaten
in the
path.
savannah. There is an actual road that would be almost due east from you guys. If you just went due east, they would intercept you on the road if they're following the road.
Well, that's convenient.
Basically, it's to prevent them from like just spotting us out of our vision. Is the only reason I'm.
But perhaps spotting
Nice
us
with
could be
Okay.
beneficial. Maybe not spotting all of us, but spotting one of us. Giving
I'm
everybody
merely
else.
casting the spell. You do with it what you will.
Well, I'm trying to create a plan here.
we should have
Clay Beekman.
Clay
I couldn't remember your first name for some reason.
I would love to be your distraction.
Like they don't know Clay. Clay could go out in the open.
I would cast a long strider,
Okay.
and then I would also use bardic inspiration on Gurgle.
Okay. So
How long does Bardic Inspiration last?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was just until they do their next check.
Nope, it only
No.
lasts 10 minutes.
that's from the Baldur's Gate game we were playing previous.
You played Baldur's Gate? Nice.
No, it's a board game.
Oh.
All right.
I will bardically expire him when they're about a minute out.
Okay. So you guys are
does-
moving due east.
Does make noise.
It's literally like, you are inspired! Like, it is
And
that
you're,
loud.
you're playing like music, or you're like give them like your pep
rousing
talk or whatever.
speech.
Yeah.
It is
like-
very obvious.
yeah. Even if I do guidance,
I
it's
assume
like
it's
that.
just me playing my flute.
The answer is if you're trying to stealth, you would not want to do that because that would break your stealth.
The way I picture my
I don't do
guidance is
that.
I literally
It's
just,
up to you.
like,
If you want to,
conjure fire. Like, very
but
obvious.
it's very very bright and very.
That's how
it's up to you. If you want to, you can. You just be breaking stealth.
Your guidance could be like a thunderclap.
Well, my guidance is typically like a prayer, but
We'll just chill. Walled off.
Okay. So Clay Beekman is effectively posting up on the road, and the rest of you are stealthing. Is that what I'm understanding?
I mean,
we're,
as well.
we're well, yeah. I mean,
I was just going to use
I don't
passive.
think we're sneaking. I think we're just moving at normal speed, just with pass without trace. But we're gonna stay away from Clay. Clay is gonna get closer. We'll stop before,
We're going to be about 30 feet back from Clay.
at least, if we can have cover. Potentially further back if we. Yeah.
So there is like stones or like trees. They're not so far away from the road. You could be within, I'd say, like 100 feet of Clay.
Okay.
And be like half cover, not exactly hiding.
You should have Aerith on his shoulders.
Oh yeah, I was planning on having Earth out. I was just double checking the range. So within
100
100
feet
feet,
is
yeah,
your-
yeah. So I'll just keep Aerith with Clay, just like it's just a pet raven or
Okay.
hawk. It's a hawk, not a raven.
All right.
By the way, Clay, don't worry. Aerith won't hurt you.
I was not afraid of that.
It's like lightning. It's like.
As you guys all post up, if you are stealthing in any way, then you do need to go ahead and make stealth checks.
Yeah,
Might as well.
I just don't want to like hinder our movement for a while.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, so
later,
you guys are
yeah.
effectively getting to the road, then you're hiding. If they saw you from
Yeah,
a
yeah,
distance, then you wouldn't be entirely hidden, but making sure you're not easily seenable. Seenable? You're not easily seen from the road, which is not visible.
Welcome to D&D, where we're making up words 24/7.
Is that as bad as...
Oh, I forgot. I have.
I literally can't even
I have
remember what you
mithril armor.
said.
I can't
I don't have-
roll
okay.
bad tonight.
So
until
it-
combat starts.
So we have a +10, right?
Yes.
Yes, you currently have all of you have a +10.
Oh, good.
28.
Because I'm going to need it.
A plus what?
Plus 10.
To stealth?
Yep. I'm doing this as a going to be a group check.
28.
Is it plus 10 plus my
Wait, it's
bonus?
Group
Yes.
check? Maybe I
This-
should roll.
Yeah, you for sure should roll.
42.
29.
23.
Plus 10 go.
As you guys get to the road, and then you're like, now we hide. And Clay, you're like kind of up front. You kind of like look back, and everyone's just fucking gone.
It's like, were they ever there to begin with?
Did you come here alone?
Figments of your imagination.
Turns out it was all a
He's like,
dream.
he's like, wait, these guys are way good. I was right by joining them.
Okay, so you wait just a little bit of time. You're only looking about 15 minutes to actually have the interception point effectively. This this smaller caravan that's pulling up to you. There's 2 individuals that are currently riding on the seat with reins in their hand. The horse, there's only one horse that's pulling them, and it's massive. It has 6 legs, 4 hind legs, 2 front legs, and its mane is, instead of hair, almost seems to be scales. It's almost like spiked, but other than that, it has the same features of a horse.
So I just have my shield out. My longsword's not in hand. It's there. My crossbow's on my back. I'm just gonna go. Oh, excuse me, good sirs.
The 2 individuals sitting in front of the caravan, and they're the only 2 people that are visible currently. It's just a horse, 1 wagon. The wagon is currently, it's a covered wagon. They kind of like look to each other. One taps the other on the shoulder, just kind of hitting him, and he jumps down and walks up to you. The individual who's walked up to you is a dwarf, has light red hair, a little bit of a bushy beard, kind of comes down but kind of poofs out in front of him a little bit, and then has hair with very, very thin hair with a bald spot that kind of like goes up to the middle of his forehead. Fat, his tailor or his shirt seems like at one point it was probably nice, but he's worn it way too many times. One side of it, the button's broken and kind of like flung open, and even as he approaches, he smells of BO and alcohol. Now, real quick before he answers,
his tracker thing, as we'd be a lot closer, is it still fixed on the?
It is still pointing at the caravan. Okay. Yes. Is Cinevero watching? He goes, "Aye. What are you doing in the road? We're trying to move, sir."
Oh, well, you see, that's the thing. I want to move too. Oh, see, I've been walking a long time, and I would rather hitch a ride. If you're very willing, I can pay.
No. You seem to be going south from the way that you hit the road. We're heading north. Riding with us would do the opposite of what you were trying to do.
Oh, you're going the opposite way? Well, where exactly are you headed?
North. I said that.
Right. Okay.
Do we like sneak up?
What's
into
the next?
I want to.
I'm trying to figure out where's the closest city, because I actually have been just wandering the woods, not really the road.
I mean, do you guys want me to sneak in? I can sneak into the wagon.
The woods, as he looks out at like what is a largely open savanna. Go ahead and make us a deception check.
Or I'm gonna use my lucky feet.
Do I recognize this dwarf?
You do not recognize this dwarf.
It's not great.
Even if we get to like 30 feet before the wagons and then let you go in, that's.
Are you guys are slowly trying to stealth up? Is that what I'm hearing?
I wanted to specifically at least stealth to the side to make sure that his tracker thing is actually pointing towards the wagon instead of just pointing past
Are
it.
you guys sneaking together?
That's what I was going to suggest.
I think us 4 trying to at least get within 30 feet.
Yes, you have to be within 20 feet of me. 30 feet of me.
Yeah, but like all of us are trying to get within 30 feet, and then we might just have Gurgle jump and just look. But let's get to the 30 feet part, and then we'll figure that out.
While we're doing that, I would like to triangulate.
Okay. So you guys are all moving up. As you say here,
I actually just
wandering
hand it
the
to
forest.
you because this like trying to stealth with one arm is
Fair enough.
This fatter dwarf looking
Sorry,
at you.
by
goes,
forest I do mean wilderness.
Yeah. Sure. Laraton, the closest village north. That's where we're heading. You want a big city? Head south. Zinderholt. Follow the road. Don't fall in a pit. Or do. I don't think you'll make it through the pits.
Well, I
go around.
I got a question. Do you think that the town you just told me has got a really weird name to it? How do they feel about wine?
They're in the
How do you?
Where did you say you came from?
How do you feel about wine? I open up and I grab a bottle.
His hand has gone to the war pick at his side.
as he like reaches in, he's like, smash, pull out weapon.
This is my signature Clay Beekman Marlowe.
He immediately seems surprised and takes his hand off. He says, "Why do you have such a fine delicacy here? That is not native. That is further towards the closet."
Yeah, well, I am Clay Beekman. I hold up the thing.
He reaches into he kind of like reaches about himself, and he pulls out a small, almost like a small vial, almost like a smaller bottle, and he looks in and he goes, "Well, I'll be damned. It's the wine guy," as he calls back to the caravan. And the guy who's sitting in the chair just kind of like shakes his head and jumps off the side and starts to walk up his own. He says, we worried for nothing. And he starts to walk towards
This
you.
is really great. Would you guys like? I could trade you a couple bottles if you really would just give me a ride to town.
This would be like seeing like the Colonel from KFC just like on the side of the road, taking a ride.
So this dwarf coming up to you, he actually approaches and he like holds out his hand to take the wine bottle, and he says, I think we could arrange something. And he turns to this other dwarf, this dwarf looking much more stern, very clear to you, even from the less exposure that you have, but still some to more so ironclad individuals, mostly from people you would hire in this case. Very clear despite the robe. There is armor underneath. The robe seems to cover up most of him, but there's a hilt that seems to be pressing against the robe on his right side, and it's also clear that his hand is currently on whatever that hilt is. He walks up. His face is seeming more shrouded than it should be. You can't make out any details apart from a larger red beard that protrudes all the way down to his neck. It almost seems like it's coming out of a black veil as he comes up and he says, "Sorry, we're not taking passengers today.
Well,
We'll pay you for the wine, though, as it seems."
Don't worry about it. Just try it and spread the word.
"We can do that." And the dwarf next to him says,
I hand the
But
dwarf
it's-
next to him a bottle.
as he takes it, he smiles and he nods. He
Where
says,
are you pulling all these bottles from?
"This is- I appreciate
bottle
it. For what it's worth, I apologize. I'm heading north to Larton, but I actually trade in your goods often. And he kind of gestures to his chin a little bit, where you can see there's a little bit of wine stain. He's like, very much so. This guy seems like an alcoholic. As he says, I might even partake at least sometimes. As he pops the lid off the bottle,
Well, it's always good to find.
he takes a swig, and he almost like seems to calm a little bit. He goes, what I could do is, I believe you were heading south. I have wagons in Larton. I could send one to escort you to Zinderhold if you would like. Unfortunately, I'm already being paid to deliver some.
I understand. Well, it's always a pleasure to meet repeat customers. But just remember, Clay Beekman.
Mr. Beekman. And he kind of happy. He turns around. The hooded figure, hand still on his sword, seems to turn so that you can walk past him to where you'd have to. Basically, he stands in an interception path to where, in order to walk past him, you have to go around the carriage, and he can watch you.
I do. I go around the carriage where he can see me.
Okay. He does start to walk with you, following, and is very much so looking about. And he's just continues to follow you, going effectively escorting you to the back of the wagon, just to make sure that you're not interacting with it in any way. The fatter dwarf kind of crawls back up onto the seat, and he kind of like looks down on it, and he goes, "It's wine for Brits too," and starts to drink it. With that, Clay Beekman is being escorted around the wagon. What is everyone else doing?
So I was assuming during the conversation we were doing stuff.
So I had that you guys were sneaking up to the side of the wagon. So I would say at this point you guys have made it within the 30 feet of the wagon.
Have I confirmed the triangulation?
It does seem to be pointing towards the wagon, specifically the covered portion of the wagon.
So we are within 30 feet?
Yes, I would say all of you have made it to within 30 feet. Unnoticed!
I just be
Gurgle.
You just have Gurgle.
Get inside, see what you can find. You're in range, you'll still have my bonus.
So do keep in mind, despite a very high stealth check, the road is completely open. There is nothing to hide behind on the road.
Well, and we were also like during the conversation. This is
Basically,
like,
when
we would
we're
have had
focused
Gurgle
on
like
Clay,
go and check.
when he goes around
When
the
all
opposite
That
side
was
of
the
the
point.
on
carriage.
me.
That was the point of the distraction.
How do you intend to infiltrate Gurgle? I didn't know exactly what you do.
You don't have invisibility? I guess invisibility
I
wouldn't
for
work this
sure
close.
do, but
Casting a spell, it definitely breaks everything.
it is verbal and somatic.
What are we doing, Gurgle? How are we planning to sneak in?
And by the way, if the conversation wasn't long enough, I'm having Aerith do a distraction. Just so you know. So
Conversation was long enough that you guys would be able to get to the side, and as that conversation was ending and he's starting to escort him, that's when Gurgle would have been making his move.
All right,
Depending
so
on
is
what
he
he's
going around
doing,
this side, or is he going
going
around
around
this
the right
side?
side.
And which side are we on? Oh, is he going around the side that we're on?
Realistically, what side do you want to be on?
The side that he's not on.
You didn't know what side he was on initially.
The side I know. So the side. So if
Wagon's coming up the road.
The question is, are we on this side and they're circling this side of the wagon, him and Beekman, or are they circling this side and we're on this side of the wagon?
You could be hiding on either side. So you just tell me, were you on the left or right of the road? Because effectively, Wagon's going north. Beekman's standing in the middle of
It doesn't
it.
matter. I'm
We'd be
saying
on the
at
left
this
side of the road.
point, now that he's doing the walking, because that's when I get to make my move. Apparently,
he's trying to keep the wagon between him and.
is he
We'd
on
be on
this
the
side
west
or
side
is
of
he
the
on
road.
this side?
He'd be on the right side. So if you're on the left side of the road, which I could say that you were hiding on the left side,
Okay,
then you could have the
I
wagon
just
between you.
Wait until they move. Wait until they look away, and then I just run in. Just make a quick dash,
Okay.
and then
So
stealth as soon as I get to the wagon.
all right. As Gurgle runs up to the side of the wagon, as you guys are on the opposite side of the wagon. I almost called you Clayman. Clay. As you're on the other side of the
Pull
wagon.
my cloak close, and I like go underneath it, underneath the wagon.
You have gotten underneath the wagon unnoticed. The bottom of the wagon is sealed. Just wood bottom.
I do cast message. I'm just whispering. Does the spell itself is not verbal, so it's just somatic and.
Okay.
And I wait until I will have a very easy way to get inside.
And I'm just communicating to him where Gurgle is.
Okay.
To be
Clay.
not Kane, Clay. Yeah.
And I
Okay.
slowly peek up until I get to the point where I can poke my head in.
So effectively, the way I would interpret that is he's going to walk Clay to the back of the wagon, and then he'll wait for Clay to walk a little bit south. That's when he would turn and start to go back north.
and then
I would
when
say
he
you
gets
probably
up-
get.
when he gets up in the front.
Well,
That's when
when-
I go and I peek in.
When I get to the back before I go for away, I do turn back to him,
All right.
and with a bottle in hand, I'm like, "I know you have a job to do,
I don't
but
drink.
please take this as an apology for me delaying you."
I don't drink.
I mean, you could also regift it if you like.
He reaches out and grabs it. As he does, he has full armored arms, bracers down to. Seems to be wearing full plate.
Uh-huh.
It is gauntlets, yes. As he seems full clad, he pulls it back into the cloak. And says, "Thank you. Now be on your way."
I'm assuming neither of these doors
Play
are
Beekman.
familiar to me. Though.
Walk away.
No, neither of these doors would be familiar to you.
At least auditorially.
The dwarf on the dwarf in the driver's seat is familiar to you, though. You don't know where you've seen him, but you recognize him.
Hard to tell from 30 feet away.
Can I just do a history?
Yeah, go for it.
Hard to tell from 30 feet
Imagine
away.
if Hiram said no.
No.
You recognize it, but you don't know where.
30.
Yeah, you down to the point where as you're hiding, you're like start to think about it. You're whispering to him, then you look to the front and you see the dwarf kind of happy, his wine already half gone. And you're like, wait, I know that man. You don't. His last name was Stowe. He's one of the Thornscale merchants. As he just kind of seems to happily be drinking his
whisper
wine.
that to Razu and Kane.
They said they were heading south. They would be in Zinderhold in a week and a half.
I mean, he could just be going on his own.
I mean, I suppose, but Tiku's in there.
Zephyr with his intellect would also know. So one of the things he said, I have multiple wagons in Larson just up ahead that he offered to Clay.
Lartin?
Larton, yes, sir.
Okay.
Apologies. With that being the case, as Clay, I'm going to say as you get about 30 paces away from the wagon in the back is when this individual turns, starts to walk around, and that's when Gurgle, you're able to kind of like go up and you quickly peek inside with an insane stealth check. The guy who's currently sitting watching doesn't see you. As the way that I'm going to
shadow.
this. Well, you said you peeked in. You didn't actually go in.
I also have a philosophy quote.
I'd just like to think that he is distracted by the grandeur that is Clay Beekman.
The way I'm going to interpret this is as you peek in through the bottom, he's cracked it up top and is looking at Clay through it.
So you're
as
looking at this
you
guy's
immediately are looking at like almost the lower torso of an additional dwarf. Again, not one that you recognize. His face has that same kind of shroud. You can't actually make out the details of his face. He doesn't even have a beard protruding. Looking inside, you can see that there is 5 individuals in total in here. There is 2 individuals that currently have bags over their heads, almost their upper torso. One of them does resemble Tiku in build and very much so has scaly green legs. As well as what appears to almost be a chef's coat, a familiar, or one might say bib, that is protruding from the bag underneath it. The other also seems to have a scaled lower body. Quick assumption would lead you to believe it'd be an additional kobold. And so that would be 2 of the 4 individuals. One of them is the dwarf who's currently looking at the back. The last is the only dwarf that you see that is currently unmasked. He is bald, clean shaven, has a scar that kind of cuts down a little bit on his cheek, almost like curves into his lip. Almost looks like he got a fishing hook caught in his lip and ripped down into his mouth. Apart from that, he just looks very, very pristine, handsome dwarf, one might say, as he's fairly chiseled, square jaw, very much so seems to be in shape. He's also a little bit of a taller dwarf, about 4.5 feet tall, so definitely tall for a dwarf. He's currently sitting up and he whisper. He says, "Clay Beekman, didn't we hear that he was looking to join?"
And then Gurgle kills him.
He's gonna make a history. Yeah, he's like, stones. Well, the jig is up. And he immediately stands up. What do you do in response to this?
I just go back down and then I wait for some audio before I do anything. Like I wait for him to hear. I just listen and I go back.
What? He heard him say the jig is up and stands up. He's about to announce.
So what happens here is as he stands up, Gurgle kind of like goes back down, and you guys are all kind of waiting. Clay, as you're walking, you like kind of like look back a little bit to kind of see what's going on. You look back to see the individual on the right side has turned back towards you, and then you kind of catch notice as he's swinging, like quickly running around the edge. As
is he trying to go to him?
27 to hit.
Oh wait, no. Is he turning and shooting him?
No.
I'm going to use my luck point to make him have disadvantage.
Okay, what are we seeing?
Yeah.
Give me a second.
I'm trying to.
That's
wait.
higher than the last one.
27 hits.
Because like we're ready to act as soon as they act too.
You are? If Gurgle would have said anything to you guys, you would have been able to respond to this one as well.
I was waiting for somebody to do something.
Yeah,
he was
he
doing
did
something.
something.
He says the
They
jig
just-
is up and he stands up. He's about
he
to...
stands up. That
The
doesn't
answer
mean he's
is
doing
what
something.
you guys see is as Gurgle kind of like crawls back down, you don't really notice what Gurgle's doing. You're waiting for something to happen, some kind of signal from Gurgle. You watch as an arrow through the back slit of the tent just
Okay.
an arrow.
So we didn't see the
Hold
guy.
on.
I thought it was the guy in plate armor, like attacking him with
Okay.
an axe.
This is
That
one
makes
of
a
the
lot more
dwarves
sense.
Roll
inside.
initiative, I assume at this point.
well,
I mean,
We're probably gonna go.
no,
He takes his
he's
damage,
got a
right?
he's got a shield. So I first need to. How does your shield
I'm just gonna roll.
alter this? Mr. Clay Beacon.
No, it just doesn't.
Okay, so the crossbow bolt flies. That is a total of 21 points of piercing damage. As a larger crossbow bolt, you turn and it shoots and like hits just below the bone right here, and just clean like goes through the splitting through, just finding that
was so
one
waiting
clean
for, like,
spot.
Gurgle to like notice that he realized and just go in there and like the guy just dies.
Do something really cool like the
I just
rope.
didn't
With
know
that
if he
being
was
the
gonna
case-
immediately open with attack. I thought I was going to hear him say, "Hey, I think we should attack."
I
Nope.
just didn't think he was going to
Well,
immediately
actually,
attack.
Actually, I
With
wasn't
that-
suspecting an attack as much as like, hey, get that guy.
Yeah,
that's what I was
as soon
thinking
as
too,
he
'cause
said
never
that-
he raised a
Well,
weapon.
no, but
he just said
I would have
stood
stopped him
up.
before he even could do that.
That's what I was
Doesn't
saying. I
matter.
just didn't
The
expect
action
an
was
attack.
taken. The
Like-
arrow is shot.
No,
I would've
the
gotten him
action
either
wasn't
way.
taken. He didn't do anything.
Clay Beekman has been shot with an arrow, and that is where we're going to go to break. As an arrow has flown. Are you able to initiate break from here? Did you get the? Is the iPad working?
I'll run upstairs and do it. I forgot.
We
to
will
turn it on.
entertain you for about
Yeah.
a
So
minute.
for a moment, I guess we can argue about why Gurgle did
Let's
not
do initiative
actually,
while I get this figured out.
Sure. We can, for the sake of this, because we were having technical issues with this, we will have everyone go ahead and roll initiative.
I kid you not. When you mentioned
For those of you that are stealthed and have not taken an action, so literally everyone but Clay,
surprise round,
you get advantage.
Oh,
Thank the Lord.
I got a 6.
Number to beat is 17. Wait. Yeah, 17.
sadness.
why?
They-
16.
I mean, to be fair, they are very alert right now.
One of them might be drunk though.
One of them might be drunk. Actually, for what it's worth, as we're currently waiting for break as well, as the arrow is shot, the dwarf, you would hear the dwarf on the right, effectively goes, "This should be fun," and the dwarf in the front goes, what's going on?" As he is not prepared for this. Okay, so who all beat the 17?
Went from a 1 to an 8.
Gurgle beat the 17. Did anyone else beat it?
I got a 16. Hopes and dreams beat it. Do those count? Thoughts and prayers?
Okay, well, at this point, I would say we would go to break because I now have it. Only Gurgle beat them. Is it actually working? If we randomly disappear because we actually went to break, then it worked.
Did you beat
We're gonna
17?
try it. Okay, we're getting ready to go. Let's see if it works.
Let's see if we actually go to break. And we are back. First off, I apologize, Jasmine. He got me that info and I forgot to send it to you. I'll send that to you after stream. That said, Mr. Clay Beekman himself got the inspiration.
Maybe.
With that,
Remember the name.
we are going into the fight. Initiative is rolled. Gurgle, you're the only one who beat on initiative. Also makes sense, as you're the one who's kind of sitting there and you see an arrow. You're like, that's not how I thought this was gonna go. What do you do?
Oh shit, this is how this is going. Hey Zephyr! Roger, you wanna see my new party trick?
And then I giant smite and enlarge underneath the wagon. Giant smite's bonus action. Enlarge is a main action.
I wasn't sure what the giant sign was.
I totally missed what you were saying because I was changing the song. What'd you say? I apologize.
Oh, this is how this is happening. And then, while I'm under the wagon,
I'm assuming we still can't be seen.
Oh, they don't know where we
giant
are.
smite, and then I enlarge, so I become a huge creature right underneath.
As far as we know, they don't know where
Technically,
we
you teleport to the nearest unoccupied space. But
are. Well, I mean, he could just be like slowly because it's not like it might not be an instant thing, right?
Yeah,
Wait,
I thought this
it's
was
over
all
6
the
seconds.
occupants inside.
It's over 6 seconds he grows.
This was a six-legged horse. Why were you being the fucking unicorn?
Shut up, dude. I don't have a six-legged horse. Cry about it.
One of the legs on his head.
Were you not
okay?
paying attention? We already had this conversation. It's locked behind a paywall.
I need a huge frog. We need to print off a huge frog at some point.
We do not have a huge frog. So you know what I'm actually going to do? Apologies. Okay, so that was your, I believe, action and bonus action.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna bonus action and grapple that dwarf that's in armor.
Grapple is a bonus action?
No, action surge and grapple.
Yeah, that's not what you said, but fair
Well,
enough.
that's what I meant.
You want to grapple this one?
Yes.
Okay, this is the one who's technically still robed.
The guy with the plate mail.
Yep.
Easily enough.
Maybe.
So you run up, and you're going to grapple, which is contested, if I'm not mistaken. Puts him at a 19.
I have 22, and I'm a huge.
Yeah, you would definitely be able to grapple him. as you run up and you're quickly able to grapple him, he goes, I knew the dwarf wasn't trustworthy.
The dwarf? You're talking about your guy that shot my guy?
I wish the playlists were, Whoa! It's so dead!
I wish the playlists were quieter.
Frustrated. It wasn't quieter. I was trying to say it's still super loud.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My music, all of my music from the system that I used, broke, and I have no idea why.
He only has 2 songs.
We are back to that playlist for what it's worth. You can go fuck yourself.
I proned everybody, and I've got the one that's
True, Jasmine. I'm sorry. Okay. So, you have knocked over the wagon. The dwarf that was drinking wine oh God! As he hits the ground, like kind of like
kill my
collapsing on
repeat
himself. You
customers.
see his bottle shattering against the stone on the side of the road.
Your dwarf.
Miss Beekman's wine.
Your
Darling.
Your dwarf that can't be trusted.
as I hold the guy up.
As you're holding him up, he goes, well, I imagine he's yours. We have one reason to believe that the Thornscale Marchments have been in contact with you for some time now. So, no worries. We'll deal with him too.
Oh, perfect.
And then I jump. And I use it as a landing pad.
How much movement do you have?
35.
Then you have 20 feet left. You've already moved 15 to get to him from where you were.
No, I was under the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
And he was
Huge. I would have been right next to him. I'm a huge. I'm like,
You would be
I'm
two
like-
sides. So, no, you would have used 5 feet then, technically.
No, I'm
It's 3 by 3.
way past 2 sizes large.
And he was
Okay.
15 feet away from you.
Medium,
You
large,
grew
huge.
twice,
You're 2 sizes larger.
which means that you were 5 feet away. You've moved 5 feet. So you have 30 feet left.
So I grab it. So then I just jump my full distance. So
30 feet.
I recognize this doll.
Again, face is covered by a mask that seems to cover it, or that seems to shield his face.
Doesn't seem magically because he just jumped
30 feet.
The hood also doesn't seem to move at all, despite how windy it is. Because if you recall, it's also very windy. Okay.
And then I'm also going to poison him with me because I am now grabbing him with direct contact with me.
Okay. It is going to be con save of a 22, which I believe is a success.
Yeah, that passes.
Still takes half damage though.
No, this doesn't. This doesn't.
Oh, is it?
He's not in the.
okay.
He's not in his idiotic form or avatar form.
One to the left.
You're technically behind the rock, but that's fine. Technically, right there.
I would have tried to stay within 5 feet of him, but that works.
I
If you guys were hiding behind the rocks, you wouldn't be able to.
Hey, Roger, I got him.
Okay, that's the end of Gurgle's turn. It is his turn. Now it's actually all of their turn. So first off, the drunkard dwarf is. Oh goodness. This isn't what I signed up for, and he's going to crawl into the carriage. He crawls into the wagon on its side as he's going to hide inside. With that, two dwarves step out. First of which is here. That is not actually the drunkard dwarf. Second of which, or this is the other hooded figure, I should say. The two individuals on the inside step out. One steps out, 2 blades drawn. The other steps out, and he's got a crossbow as well as a quarterstaff, although I didn't have a dwarf with a quarterstaff. So that is what we got. So those are the two that step out. This guy is going to dash up to you with his bonus action.
Who's dashing up to you?
This is one of the hooded figures. He has 2 swords drawn, dashes up to you. See, he runs up next to you. He goes, "No one. I don't recognize you. I guess that means that you're one of the ones that can die." As he's going to as he could bonus action dash to you. He's going to hit you 3 times, then he's going to action surge to hit you 3 more times.
Don't recognize me?
He's going to hit you a total of 6 times.
I'm going to use... hold on, I'm going to look at my lucky feature.
I have all the rolls uniquely. I was just waiting. If I recall correctly, 2024 luck, you have to impose disadvantage before I roll, not after.
Correct. You are correct.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Well, it's not lucky feat. It's a lucky... It's part of the merchant background.
Which if it's the lucky feat.
Oh, that is the lucky feat?
Yeah.
So they changed it to make sure you don't get to wait until you hear what I roll. You have to impose disadvantage.
And all background supply feats now.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you also get as many charges as you have proficiency bonus.
Currently got 5 charges.
That's hard, because I don't want to... That almost makes...
Yep.
Nerf's lucky a lot, which I'm okay with.
I'm not. I'm getting attacked 6 times in 1 round.
Use all 5.
I've already used
2.
1.
Oh, use all 3.
What was the second one? The first one was a disadvantage.
No, that was the second one.
I do remember him using lucky to give himself advantage.
Yeah, he's lucky to give myself advantage.
It was his deception check, that's right.
Yeah.
Tell me. Just call it either way.
Let's see, do I have any reactions? Real quick.
Does
Nope.
Lucky take a reaction?
I'm gonna go ahead and just let him...
What the fuck? What is happening? Why?
Professional stream.
Okay, so
Go ahead. Just roll it all.
okay, I'm changing the music. 1 second.
You still get a shield if you want to, right?
I do have my shield's already equipped and on.
Oh yeah,
He's talking about the spell shield.
Or do
That's
you-
a wizard spell.
Oh, okay.
Surely this will
I
go
thought
well.
I thought you might have had it, but
I thought
Okay.
I was just checking to make sure.
Surely.
I
Okay.
made like 8 characters, so I'm like I gotta
No, I do. It's
recheck
just
my spells. Which ones did this guy?
it is what it is. We're doing great here. We're doing great. Is this nice terrain? I feel like this map is so basic. It's like Savannah though, and I don't have dry grass. I'm
Hey.
sorry.
It's better than nothing.
It is better than nothing. Okay, so you're taking them normal. We got 17, 14, 17 again, 26, 26, 29.
The 20s hit.
So that is 3 hits and 3 misses then. Okay. we go damage. Sorry, let me click back over to it. I was fixing my music again. This is going great. Great. We got 3 hits. Ooh, nice roll. We got... It's a total of 48 points of slashing damage. Nope, that's it, because he had to use his bonus action to dash. Okay, so we got the one. The one that is currently grappled by you, Razu, is...
Gurgle.
Not Roger, but yeah.
I'm doing so great. The one that is grappled by you, Gurgle, is going to make his 3 attacks at you. He's rolling with disadvantage. 19.
You do not have disadvantage on attacking your grappled target. So Gurgle is the one who's grappling him. You don't have disadvantage on attacking Gurgle.
Well, that would be a 19. That means the first hit would be a 24. The second one would be a 19. And then I just need to re-roll that last one.
You would have disadvantage on attacking anyone other than Gurgle.
Good news is he's in Gurgle. Last one is again 19. 19, 22, 19.
Miss hit.
Miss hit. And this guy... 11 points of damage. Well, actually, before he hits you, because I need to remember to do this, he is going to ride his weapon. So what he does is he takes the weapon that was at his side was this individual has a greatsword. So as he takes his greatsword, which has been kind of like pushed to the side, he takes it and just kind of slices the side of his chest. There's actually a slit in his armor that almost seems like a slot for his sword as he and slices it. He is knowledgeable of you. So as he cuts himself, the lightning seems to flicker and start to pulse with electricity, as he is going to do an additional 2 points of lightning damage.
It's half the damage for concentration.
Yes. So that's just one concentration check. It's going to be 10. 10's your DC. Okay. Now the last individual is going to cast command. And he just, as he gets out of the carriage and stands up and turns back and says, "Well, you know what you must do. What is it you always say? Oh, yes. Tiku first." As at this point...
Why is Tiku first?
Popping out of the carriage. Yeah. Refresh her page real quick. Give me 1 second.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, God. Shit. The butcher has come out.
Protect your knees!
He has pointed towards Gurgle, as Gurgle is the one who has grappled. And Tiku runs up to the now huge creature, aptly swinging at his knees. Okay, Tiku is going to attacks per action. Tiku has 3. Tiku is going to start by using her Draconic Roar. So it's going to be all those within
10 feet.
10
which
feet of her,
would
which
just
means
be
that she's going to
Gurgle.
go...
She can't see us.
15.
We're all still stealthed.
She also just doesn't have enough movement. That's where she would stop. Okay, so this only is to Gurgle. It just means that all of her teammates... Should have made her do this first. All of her teammates have advantage until the start of her next turn.
They're just not coordinated very well.
It is what it is.
They aren't prepared of what Tiku, the power Tiku brings.
Tiku has a plus 11 to hit, so that's a 30 to hit on the first one. That is a 28 to hit on the second one. And then a 25 to hit on the third attack. And then we got... D8...
She crits on a 19, so if that was a 19, she crit.
Yeah.
And she can dump her things on.
Goodbye, Gurgle. It was nice knowing you.
Was a 19.
Tiku does,
Tiku does go hard.
Yeah, if she gets the crit, she goes hard.
Razu just silvery barbs her.
No, you don't need a silvery barbs.
The crit?
It's definitely worth it to silvery barbs the crit.
And what was the roll to hit?
30.
Yeah,
There's a 30.
She's got a really high plus.
What are you doing?
Do you silvery barbs or not? Yes, no, maybe so.
I mean, Frog said no.
So I guess he doesn't.
Okay, in standard Tiku form, she is in fact going to
taunting Tiku.
unload.
And she's going for the knees.
I mean, if you want to take 120 damage,
Just 120.
I can take it. I can take it. He's about to get.
Can you take it? Okay, so she's just going to she's going to burn all of it.
Yeah, that's,
She's going to send it.
that's what she does.
So we've got a total.
Especially since she's
What's
only aware
what's the crit
of
hit?
2 targets right now.
Okay, so the crit hit would be. Okay, and the crit would be.
He's gonna half it. Obviously, this
I
is
mean,
happening.
yeah,
but
but it's still gonna be like 150 half to 75. That's still gonna chunk his health bar.
More. Join us! Okay, so the crit is 172.
That's even worse than I thought.
Okay, so before you tell me the rest of the damage, I look over at Tiku, and as she goes to hit me, I'm like, "Oh, you don't want to do that, friend. You want him." And then just mist appears, and then Tiku swings, and the hit hits the guy that commanded her. And I use Cloud Rune to redirect the attack to something within 5 feet of me.
Read me Cloud Rune real quick.
Cloud Rune. Once per short rest, when a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use a reaction to choose a different creature other than the attacker within 30 feet, and they become the new target of the attack instead, and you use the same roll.
All right. So effectively, as you go to hit, and as you have the small mist, and she goes to hit at your knee, you have the guy grappled, using the mist to kind of move him down.
I think
you
he's
take it to
talking
where
about the guy that cast command. That's where he's redirecting
Yeah,
the attack.
I'm making her hit the guy that commanded her.
She's basically 180ing and jumping his head off.
No, Cloud
Okay.
Rune just redirects the attack. So
Right.
she hits me, and then she like hits a Cloud Rune, and it just hits the guy instead. It's like air hits him. So I put a Cloud Rune in the air, she hits the rune, and then it like slices him in the back, and he goes, "Ah!"
Okay. So as Tiku takes the blade and she slashes at you, hitting the rune, the individual behind her just kind of, and he buckles as Flesh Splitter, or this cut seems to gouge into his chest. And there's a distinct lack of blood as he kind of like, his knee buckles a bit from the force as he kind of like looks at it, and he looks towards Tiku, kind of confused, and then he looks towards you and he goes,
Does he need to roll concentration?
"You know, that really would have hurt if I could die."
Does he need to roll concentration?
He does not.
Well, that's
What?
bullshit.
Okay.
All right, now you can roll the other 2 damages.
I already did roll the other 2 damages. The other 2 damages would have been a total of...
How much
So it's
per
just gonna-
one? Because I have to roll a concentration for each one.
So you tell him the first one and then tell him the second one.
It's 15, 14.
So he's
15 damage, 14 damage.
Pass. Pass.
All right. Okay. The bag that was over Tiku's head is gone now, and Tiku her eyes look watered and fogged. It almost looks like she's been crying, but her eyes also look a little bit muddled. That said, it's a good trick. How will you deal with the second one? Other kobold in the wagon also jumps out.
Is this Gerbu?
This is not Gerbu. You guys do not recognize this red kobold that it comes out with a very large machete comparable to him. He's like about 3 feet tall, and he has a 5-foot machete that he is holding one-handed out to the side as he takes it and just kind of and swings. Worth noting as well, his left arm seems like almost dead fish. He doesn't even seem to be moving it as he swings this blade. He's also attacking you, Gurgle. He only has 2 attacks, which I believe both miss. Higher one's an 18. Okay, as he swings twice,
Turns out I don't need to.
he doesn't actually find purchases. He swings a little bit wide, and then he kind of like looks at the arm.
I just like lift up the foot. Because he's a kobold. He swings at my feet. I just lift up the foot.
Easy enough. Okay, it's your guys' turn. What would you like to do?
Hey, I do want to ask a question about the cloud rune. Where do you have it on you?
The cloud rune, it's
Yeah.
on my talisman.
Okay.
I create like talismans.
Oh yeah. So, because you have cloud rune, is that it? Which runes do you have? Just
I have
curious.
cloud rune and fire rune.
You're
So do
currently
you
at
have
40
two separate
feet.
talismans?
You
then?
get one free
Yeah.
Is that
diagonal.
what you use? Okay.
Yeah,
I was just curious.
They're like
35
family
feet with the free
momentums
diagonal.
that I create with my with my house emblem on them.
I would use
I think it's called charge.
fire trait.
It's just applicable in case someone
Allows me to
steals
use
it
the
from
dash
Sure,
action and
sure,
attack action
yeah.
in the same action using a superiority die.
Okay.
And we are gonna use reckless attack, of course.
Where did you learn how to do that?
For a 28 to hit.
28 hits.
And then a 32 to hit.
32 hits, obviously.
Then we're going to action surge. 32. 18.
18 does not hit.
Does he have two people by him?
Who?
Mr. Clay Barton?
One of them draws him.
Oh yeah.
Also. Yes, I won't. I'm stupid. Someone else can do their turn while I calculate.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Caden next.
break from cover. Move up to here next to this guy. And I really hope this works. But basically, I'm going to run up next to him, and I'm basically reaching into my pouch, pulling out just a handful of diamond dust, and I almost flick my hand, and it almost starts to ignite, and I'm going to basically just throw it over him, the dust raining around, and I just chant an arcane word, and it almost explodes in his face, as I will be casting Greater Restoration to remove a curse afflicting him.
Okay. As you cast a spell and you're looking at the wound specifically to see if this immortality or whatever is keeping him alive might be a curse. Unfortunately, it does not heal. Damn it. Or nor does it start to bleed a little bit more. As you cast it over him, he says, "Not exactly the magic in place. Not a bad guess, though. You're also newer. Can we..."
Transform into a dragon in front of his face and roar.
As you roar into his face, and Gurgle, you can hear this as well. Really, all those of you close. So he kind of like looks up. He almost like it almost seems like he's talking to you, and he says, "Can we kill the new ones? We just have to leave the old ones alive, yes?" With that, who's next?
I'm gonna have Malorith cast herself.
So it is an action to summon Malrith. She has to be summoned before she has her own actions.
You said that she could summon herself.
She can. You can't have her do it. If you want to summon her, it's an action. However, she can choose to basically appear.
Fair enough.
And when she appears, also, just so you know, it's almost like the head that appears. It's not her full body. As a quick point of clarification there.
You said that she could... Fair enough. Okay.
Okay. So with that, we still got Zephyr, and we got Clay Beekman.
Alright, I'm going to bonus action Prayer of Healing. At level 4, so that's 48.
I don't know if this is something we should fight, Zephyr. He seems to not be taking damage.
That's within 30 feet of me.
No one is
nobody.
within 30 feet of you.
Just me.
Razu just hit the guy in front of you.
Cool.
Okay.
I still need some help.
92 damage. Do you need the damage type separated?
Oh, that's not bad. 8,
I need the slashing separated from the rest of it.
20, 25.
Okay, so 12 of it wasn't slashing.
92, so 80 slashing. Okay.
And then he has to make a con check. Save.
24.
Success.
Okay.
I'm gonna longsword him twice.
Go for it.
I'm gonna longsword him once. So, 23 to hit.
23 does hit. I don't like this one.
Hold on, am I at the
We're
appropriate
changing.
level that I can add a extra D8?
That's better.
You know what I think we should do with Cloud Rune? We should make it so that it's like a rune appears and then it's like a mirror that they slash and
And
then
it also rages
they
a bonus
hit
action.
wherever I want them to hit, and that's what they see in the mirror.
I'm down for it. You did not get to add the rage bonus damage to that then, as you told me afterwards.
I don't know. I thought I might crit.
Alright, so he takes 6 slashing and 5 radiant.
All right, and then you healed yourself with your bonus action, yeah?
I did heal myself up because,
Okay. Worth noting for you, Razu, is you've cut into this individual as well. Two things. One is you've cut into him, and you can now see the armor. The individual is furred. You cannot actually see his. You still can't see his face, as it is. It is.
Oh, he's
as
furry.
it is covered.
Does it look like the Leonian's fur?
Yes, same color. Which is a reminder for you. It was like an orange, almost.
What do you want to do,
A
Zephyr?
dark orange, almost going to like a brown color.
Which one did he say he was?
He didn't say who he was.
No, like when he was recruited to the thing.
Do we take him and go?
Oh, when you actually brought them on.
I can take Tiku.
When you brought him on, this would have been Lorian.
Why do you hide from me, Lorian?
What are you doing, Zephyr?
Yeah, we'll cast it. I'm going to cast Summon Elemental Air. It's only medium creature. What's going on over here?
A conglomerate.
Let me double check the range. The range is Summon Elemental 90-foot range. Okay. We'll just put it over here, sure. Okay, so I'm concentrating on that spell. Takes my action to cast at 6th level, by the way.
Okay.
I thought Summon Elemental was 5th level.
Yeah, but I cast it at 6th level.
Oh, you gotcha.
Well, I actually think it's 4th level. But, yeah, it's 4th level. And I think I'm going to back away.
Just so you put it next to Clay Beekman, just so you know. That's not an enemy.
Oh, is that? Okay.
The red guy in between
other,
them.
Then other, yeah.
How far do you want to go back? That was 15 feet.
We're getting out of range of Tiku. So, whatever you want to do to, like, give me the most distance. And keep me on the map if you want. So, okay.
I got you
Okay.
very out of
That guy
range
there.
too.
Okay, and then I shall so I technically end my turn. My guy goes right after my initiative.
Okay.
And he will swing. He makes a number of slams equal to the spell rounded down, or half rounded down. So,
So
3
3
attacks.
attacks.
Well, that one's a miss. the natural one. Then it's plus my spell. Well, I guess yeah. Then it's
Technically,
plus my spell attack.
Can it move? Because it could
Yeah,
move
it
to
can move.
flank and then move back.
Yeah, it can move.
Okay, so you could get advantage by flanking.
If Hiram allows that, I don't know.
You can move into an ally square to flank.
No, I've done this with. I've done this with
No,
creatures.
with summons.
Yeah, summons
Yeah.
and creatures don't provide flanking, nor can they
That's-
acquire
that's,
it.
That's what I was.
It must be done by individuals.
Can Maldorf flank?
No, she'd still be considered some. Allies can though. So like if you have another humanoid ally in time, like for example when you guys fought with Dalaran can provide a flanking bonus as an ally, but you cannot have a summon or a like familiar that provides
Is it
flanking.
19 hit?
19 does not hit.
Okay. Does 23 hit?
23 does hit.
Okay. So only one hit. Is D10. Okay. $15.
15 damage.
Bludgeoning.
All right.
Yep. Or lightning?
What is
Oh, I guess it's a mix of the two.
It's a concept created by humans to understand the universal.
Okay, so that brings us.
Oh, no, it's just lightning damage. Okay.
That brings us to their turn.
No,
As
it's my turn.
oh yeah, no, you are part of this.
Out of
This-
curiosity, does it look like herb?
The elemental?
As you already like conjured herb, but he said no, but you still like got his like.
No, he
body?
said
Oh,
no.
okay.
Did you build this whole elemental thing into my kit permanently so I can always activate it, or is it only during special circumstances?
I don't know.
No, as of right now, you have the ability to activate it. You just have to use an action to actually attempt to.
I'll just ignite my whip for now, and then I'll hit him.
Okay.
Jeez. 15.
15 does not hit.
A really bad roll.
Oh, the command I give the
all
elemental
I can do.
is to destroy all enemies. For now.
Okay.
I can always change it later.
So that was your bonus action to ignite your whip. Action to attack. You want to move?
You're currently in melee range of Tiku plus Red Kobold.
But Tiku only attacked me because she was commanded to, right?
Presumably. Maybe. That is unknown.
I mean, I can't really do anything else, so.
Okay. So with that, it brings us to their turn. So first off, response to you, Razu, the individual kind of like
I'll
swords
poison
still
him
in his
again,
hand.
though. The guy in my hand.
You can't do that. That's 20, 25. It's higher than the last one. Okay. The individual takes the hood off, and this is very much so one of your men. As for Lorian, is what he went by when you met him. So he takes the hood off. He says, "Oh, I wasn't exactly trying to hide. Well, not from you. That said, to answer your question from where I learned this from, partly from you, but not exactly. At least not this part." As he is going to attack Clay again. What is he going to attack Clay? Yeah, he's going to attack Clay.
How many attacks?
He only has 3 attacks this time because he's not action surging.
I would actually use my sentinel reaction, say.
You should know. You should focus on me.
For a 22 to hit.
22 hits. And then in the meantime, he's going to make 3 attacks on Clay. First one, 18.
I'm going to. Okay, first one. So that's a miss. The other 2, I'm going to use my lucky feat and give him disadvantage on the last 2.
16. 19.
19 was the lowest.
Yeah. Or
19 hits.
no, 19 was the highest. Of
Well, he's
the,
got disadvantage on both.
oh yeah, of the disadvantage roll, yes.
He got 19 with disadvantage, which
Yeah,
does hit.
The last one was a 19. Okay.
19
He's going to
hits.
hit you, and then also he is going to use a maneuver to try and prone you. You need to make a dexterity saving throw.
You take.
Oh wait, sorry, strength saving throw.
He takes 22 slashing, 6 fire.
22 slashing?
No. You're different damage. You do need to make a strength saving throw.
I need to know that damage first.
Plus 10, 22.
Then I'm going to.
Strength saving throw, DC 18.
He needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
21.
Success.
What are you having him roll con for?
I actually should have made him roll 3 times because I hit him 3 times. I hit him 3 times last turn, but I forgot, so I just didn't.
With?
Mastery.
Oh, I have to do that as a bonus.
Since I can
Never
switch
mind.
mastery, I currently have the active mastery of a battle axe, which allows me to have 8 plus 5. So it's 8 plus my proficiency bonus plus my strength bonus.
Kick his ass.
For
on
what?
A con save.
Kick his ass, Clay Beekman!
The maneuver
You
trip
said
is
it's-
what you all you needed to actually tell me.
Did you say a
Anyway.
strength saving throw?
What's the
Strength
mastery?
saving throw, yes.
Oh, okay.
Strength saving throw, DC 18.
Failure.
Jesus.
As Clay is healing himself and getting ready to swing again, he takes his sword down on the third hit, takes it to his ankle, and just slits as Clay Bakeman does fall prone to the ground. That said, it was the third hit that actually sent you prone, sadly. So the other ones wouldn't have had advantage.
You want to knock
Okay.
it down, Nate?
Just put Clay Beekman on the floor. On the floor. Okay. So at this point, the one is again going to say, as he looks to Gurgle and then to the dragon as well, and says, well, take your pick. Either one now. And then he himself is going...
Why are you doing this? What benefit does this provide?
He's going to bonus action quick step. As you ask him, he says, well, originally it was a job. Now it's because it's fun. He can actually go through people with this too. It's 5, 10, 20.
I assume this doesn't provoke opportunities.
It does not. Quick step is a bonus action of his. They can move up to twice his move speed without provoking attacks of opportunity. Okay, so then, being next to you, is he goes, you know, Razu taught us a lot of interesting things, but he didn't realize the true potential of what this blood can do. As you look at his hand, and he had ignited his hand inside the wagon on his first turn. As you look at his hand, and there seems to be almost like a ball of ice that's frozen on it and almost put into a spike of what effectively looks to be frozen blood. As open palmed, effectively, he is going to hit you 5 separate times.
Damn!
Lowest is an 18. One above that's a 22.
I mean, I'm gonna shield probably.
What does
through
that
all
bring you
this.
to? So we got
So my armor class goes to 22.
22.
So 22 does hit.
Okay, so that means he missed once. All the other ones hit. He was 18 and then 22 is the second lowest. And he has this. It's not fun times. You need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
He's stunning striking you. I'm kidding.
Are you telling me if you play a monk, you can enchant your hand? Jeez.
You haven't done anything with your blood.
Oh, God.
12 or 14.
14 is a failure. Okay, so he just did 81 points of bludgeoning damage.
Damn.
And then on top of that, 4 times, it would be an additional 19 points of cold damage.
Oh.
Target must make a DC Constitution saving throw.
Oh, I'm almost dead.
18. On a failed save. Wait. Let me read this one more time. Okay. One creature. On hit, you can choose to use this. Target must make a DC Constitution saving throw 18. On a failed save, the target is reduced to 0 hit points. You have been quivering palmed. As he hits you with the first 3, and then as finding solid hits, he goes, "See, I told you he didn't utilize it well." And then just hits you in the side of the temple as you would drop to the floor unconscious.
Now, so this is a different version of Quivering Palm.
Yes, this is specifically his version.
Because typical Quivering Palm, you have to use an action afterwards.
Yep, that's why I read it like 3 times. That's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Because I hit 0 regardless.
His wholeness of body is actually different too. Interesting.
Does he hit him while down?
No, he does not.
Did you pull up a monk blood hunter on the internet?
No, I made him.
If you made him, then why are you surprised?
Because, yes.
Do you realize how much information he has to keep track of?
Well, my summon element.
I'm just saying. I just looking.
As he stops,
Wait, is it?
Tiku looks up to you, Gurgle, and
Actually-
what is the mistiness to her eyes actually goes into tears as Tiku goes, "Tiku no what her offense?" The kobold next to her kind of quicks and almost snaps at her, technically in Draconic, but you'd be able to hear it. He says, "What friends are you fighting for? We have no choice." And Tiku,
You have every choice, Tiku. I say also in Draconic.
make a persuasion check.
Why? Natural 1!
She's too spooky. She reminds him. He talks to her, and then she's like, "No, not this again."
As you talk to her, so what actually happens is Tiku looks over at you and seems kind of confused for a moment, and she's very much so is like tries to think through what she wants to do. I am gonna say, for the sake of this, she's going to lose one of her 3 attacks. As Tiku is mentally going through stuff. She's also going to swing at you instead of Gurgle, based on that. And apt with the conversation you just had with her, that is double natural 1.
Thank God!
As Tiku, now her eyes filled with tears, just effectively starts to flail with flesh splitters swinging wildly in the air at you.
You know you do not want this. Stop.
With that, the kobold standing next to her goes, "If you want save our
Just
friends,
dying in my own blood.
I will." And he's effectively his arm stays dead. He takes the longer machete he has and takes it, and he's going to lunge jump at Gurgle, making. Okay, so he still has 2 attacks.
What's your AC?
Pretty high.
14. It's the higher one.
I lift my foot up one more
As he
time.
lunges and just goes straight past you.
You seem to be struggling there, little guy.
As he just lunges past you, turns
Are you sure you want this? I promise I won't step on you.
Okay. Lastly, he found the dwarf near you using his. I apologize. I said he had a longsword before. It is a war pick. I misspoke on the
You
previous
said
round.
war pick initially.
Yeah, and then I said
changed
longsword.
it?
Afterwards, that was a mistake. It is a war pick that he is using, and that is important for what he's actually doing. Okay, so he is going to make his 3 attacks. Also, 100 roll. See if it's.
Your dice are just cursed, man. There's.
I need to swap my d20s. So I think he hits you with one of them. One of them's a 24.
What's your AC?
I shield it. I just don't.
By the way, just in case you were curious, that was 1, 2, and then 14.
My shield instead of his magical wall, I just like harden that section of my slime. It just like hardens.
As he swings the pick, like hits into it, and it cracks, and that kind of like breaks it away a little bit. But at that point, it's the end of the turn. So it's your guys' turn, as they are doing great.
I say you're not as scary as
You
you.
do not need to make a death saving throw.
Oh!
I'm just stable.
Actually, based upon how turn order went, the red kobold would have had advantage because
You still actually could make one because if you roll a natural 20, you would get up.
Okay.
Tiku roared on Gurgle. The red kobold would have had advantage, technically
20.
speaking.
No, because I made Tiku go first this time. It's based on the start of your next turn.
I'm gonna
If I
go
would have been
ahead
smart
and
about it,
stand
yes,
up.
but no. Okay, time for moving.
I'm going to take an attack of opportunity. We're going to have an action dash. All my movement, the safest route towards Zephyr.
Clay Bergman!
That missed too.
Zephyr's
18?
If he
down!
misses.
Yeah.
With Sentinel, do they have to hit?
I think
They
the
just have
new
to make an
Sentinel they
attack.
do. On the old Sentinel
yeah.
they don't, but on the new one I think they do.
Okay, so you can either get here, but you provoke another opportunity from this kobold, or you can go around, which will put you here.
I'll take the attack of opportunity.
Okay, you're gonna end up here, which is 10 paces away. Another tough, which
I'm going to impose disadvantage using my lucky feat.
you don't need to.
I thought he was like that was a crit.
No, I'm banishing all 3 of those dice.
When he opportunity,
That was a 13 to hit.
Yeah. Okay.
when he opportunity
Doesn't work
attack-
on that.
It says it does.
Yeah, but, sorry, it's not that it doesn't work on that. You already used your reaction. It has not
Yeah,
hit your
but
turn yet.
We all hit our.
Nope.
Okay.
Clay Beekman is going.
Also-
Then you are going.
Also, Sentinel only works if it actually hits. If the land
No,
actually
just
hits.
read it. Says if they
Is
make
that
an
the
attack
old-
against the targets, it's not you, and they don't have this feat.
I don't think that's the case.
Is that the
Whatever
new
the case
Sentinel, or
is, it
that the
doesn't
old
matter
Sentinel?
because you already used your reaction.
Okay.
I am going to.
I'm saying is he reading the new
because I still have my action, still have my bonus action.
You action dashed, right?
Oh no, sorry, just have my bonus action. I will cast a 3rd level healing touch.
I'm right.
Is healing touch? You're 10 feet away. You're not quite able to make
No,
it to him.
is it our prayer? Is it prayer of healing? Where did I see it? Where am
Healing word?
Healing word is a 60-foot range bonus action heal.
Why don't I see healing word on here anymore? I used it last time. Oh no, I used prayer of healing last time. Take that slot off.
While he's double touching the spell, who's
So I'm
going
gonna
next?
go prayer
Or-
of healing at 3rd level.
Okay.
So up to 5 creatures of my choice within 30 feet of me.
Him, me, him, you.
Gurgle, yourself,
That's it.
Zephyr.
Who's hurt?
Us 3.
So the only person who's not in range is Razu. So
Correct.
you guys can do all 4 of them.
I'm
But he's
full
full,
health,
so
though.
just
Hold on.
us 3.
Okay.
Us 3
So
are the hurt
me,
ones.
Zephyr, and Gurgle will heal for 16 HP.
16 HP. Okay. That would bring you back up as well, Zephyr, so you would be able to act as you wake up, blood both from your own head as well as the frozen
As you
blood that he
wake
broke
up,
off on
Zephyr,
your head.
I point to you, wink, and say, "Play Beekman."
I told you I like this guy. All right, I'm gonna hit the one, the dwarf that I'm holding.
Okay.
24.
24 hits.
I'm sorry in advance, by the way. Partly.
I don't have enough dice for the character I'm playing. I don't have nearly enough dice.
I have a whole bag.
I also have.
I mean, just roll multiple times from now.
What do you need more of? D6s? Yeah, I need more D6s.
I don't have a giant bag of dice that has over 100 of extra bonus sets that I just have because I have a problem. I would never have that.
Okay. Let's do this.
That's also not my only bag. I just hide my dice habit. I just read your message, Jasmine. No. The answer to that is no.
Oh. That's what you're talking about.
while he's rolling damage, do you know what you're doing?
I'm.
Does a 24 hit?
24 does it.
Okay, I hit him twice for 59 damage. 11 is fire damage.
So 48 slashing, 11 fire? Okay.
Okay.
Then I'm going to...
Quick note for you. As you cut into him and you like gouge through his chest, leaving what is a open wound, you notice the blood that you would expect is not actually pouring from the wound. Instead, it at the edges of the cut seems to be slightly repairing where you had cut
into my weapon?
It is not going into your weapon. And again, the wound almost seems to be repairing itself instantly as he kind of like holds to his chest, and unlike when you hit a normal person and they would react, his reaction is more so of just like he holds his hand to his chest, kind of sword still grasped. He says, "You know, Razu, you still don't know truly what flows through you. I'm also curious why you're even doing this. We're acting on your will. Your orders, even. It's all right. You told us this would happen, so it's still within the metrics of our plan."
Okay. Yep.
I'm going to... use Bardic Inspiration as a bonus action. And inspire...
What's the range on it?
6 feet.
Can you inspire either me or Gurgle?
Or Tiku?
Or Tiku.
Roll.
Decisions. We need to move things along. Who you inspiring? Gurgle. You have a Bardic Inspiration. I believe it's a D8 right now.
Alright. If he wants to go first, he can.
Okay. So have my movement stand up. 5 feet, move here. Just move to the other side.
Okay.
Thunderstep. Maxing it. Fuck that guy. Use a big Constitution saving throw. And then I move next.
A lot.
15, 16, 17, 18.
I believe that's going to be a failure.
Actually, I'll move this side so I can move further. Because I still miss him.
16's a failure, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the total damage?
70.
As he just gets kablamoed.
Nice.
You could technically be behind the tree if you wanted.
Do I need to separate poison damage, fire damage, or...
Technically
not.
speaking, you could thunderstep
Not
from where
on
you
these
were
guys.
to not have to stand up from prone because you could teleport whilst to a standing position.
Yeah.
He needs to make a strength saving throw?
It's
and a
10
con
feet.
save.
It would. I'm pretty sure it would just barely miss it, based upon how angles work. But it's.
What do you question? Sorry?
Is Clay Beekman within 10 feet of that square? Because he'd also be within 10 feet. Or I guess yeah.
From which square? This one?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
That is within 10 feet.
Yeah, 'cause
If
I
it gets
think it's like
any
half.
part of the
Yeah.
square, you are within range.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay. And then I guess I have 2 more steps of movement.
As Clay Beekman sprints over to heal you, Clay Beekman, you. He's like, he's gone.
I saw my bonus
Look
action.
at that. Spry as a spring chicken. I am so good.
I am.
It was action, movement.
I have my bonus
You have your
action.
bonus action left.
I am going to just manifest my mind here.
Where?
Just like in the middle. I guess. Because I could have done that before. I could have manifested. Mind over here, floating.
I literally just keep that. Because that's you do that a lot.
By the way, is the chain a bonus action?
Is the chain a bonus? No, it is. The chain is an action to throw.
I like to have my visuals.
He needs to make 2 con saves.
I'm going to use my action, and I'm going to basically.
18.
Failure. He's prone.
Move from.
I'm going
Okay,
to
hold that thought. He already said what he was doing. There was a strength save and a con save.
40 damage, strength save, con save.
Strength save's a 9. Con save's a 24.
Fail on the strength save. He's restrained.
As I snap my whip around him and then
a fire rune appears under his feet and fire changes come out of the ground and just shackle him to the ground.
Okay. All right. How
So now he's in my hand
How much
and
damage?
he's restrained. 40.
Okay. As he's burning, again in a similar fashion, the fire, like the flesh is being consumed. The individual does not seem to react. In fact, he doesn't seem worried, even as his flesh starts to burn away. They do not seem to be reacting to any kind of wounds that you guys are inflicting upon them.
I want to basically use my action to take like a regal draconic stance, and I'm almost going to just snarl at Tiku. Tiku, regain your senses now! And I want to try and intimidate her as a dragon intimidation.
She starts.
14.
Intimidation would be counter intimidation, I'd probably say. What do you roll against intimidation?
I mean, it's will? Wisdom?
It's a charisma saving throw.
Yeah, I mean,
Weird.
it's either wisdom or charisma.
What is it, charisma saving?
Could she have disadvantage because I'm a dragon?
No, but she has a -1. What did she get?
14.
16.
Yeah.
17 on the die.
Advantage of 5 and a 9.
As again, she's literally just currently like flailing as you're roaring at her, and over what is very much so like Tiku crying and flailing, Fleshbritter in front of her. It is hard to tell if she actually hears you, as she doesn't seem to react.
Son of a bitch. Oh.
It is action to attempt to intimidate.
I know. I'm going to move, provoking the opportunity attack if she so wants to take it.
She is going to take it. Pretty sure it missed. What's her plus, actually?
She has a plus 11, I'm pretty sure.
She does have a plus 11. Actually, 18.
That would normally hit. However, I'm going to, as she basically, in her wild flailing, basically just this draconic wing almost appears out of the ether, just batting the blade to the side, and I just nod, thank you, Orvale. And I will fly 30 feet that way. And then I'm going to bonus action Healing Word Zephyr at 2nd level for a total of 17 healing.
I like health.
I like health. That dude is
All
gonna
right, I
run at
believe
you all the way across the
That is all
universe and
everyone?
smack you again.
Yes, that is everyone. This is their time. So,
If you can make that run, I'm running further next time. Because I can.
You're not alive, are you?
he looks to you, Gurgle. He says, all right, so I want to speed these things up. Who would you say you guys care about the most here?
Tiku.
Apparently he said Taker.
As he just yells it. He says, well, suppose I'll silence him and then we can talk again. He is going to activate his Boots of Speed.
Goddamn.
You ready to fight a monk? As he just poof, and takes off, just kind of comes up right behind
does
you.
use his bonus action.
It does. His bonus action was used, so he cannot flurry of blows. He does still have 5 attacks, though. Okay.
What?
Okay. He's going to send all 5 of his
I
attacks.
mean, I'm sure I'm shielding.
Okay, so we're just going to go with the assumption that you are shielding.
Maybe he doesn't need the shield?
I mean, I still get to know the hits as they come
Yeah.
for a shield. So,
Okay, so sorry, 25 and 24 are the 2 high ones.
okay, I mean, well, yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't shield on those because I couldn't block those.
What are the other
Those.
3?
So in order, it would have been. All right, we would have been 13, 15, 25, 16, 24.
So you don't even need to
so I
shield.
don't shield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he still gets hit twice.
Okay. I rolled a 1, a 3, and a 4. He's doing great.
I mean, he might still drop me because
Well, it depends on how high he
He's
rolls.
just gonna hit you with another palm, just be like, nah.
What it's worth, on his last one that he attacked you
I
with,
have an idea.
so he rolled 5 dice. He max damaged 4 of them. So his 2 hits have been really low. His damage has been excellent. Not so much that time. Actually, that's still pretty good. 52.
Yeah, see, like it does so much damage. It's insane. God damn. That's still half my health. In
Wait, he would drop you before the 5th hit as well. Okay, so
he would hit me. He only hit me twice. So what was the first hit?
Oh no, you're
He
right.
hit you on the 25.
Wait, he hit you twice. I'm sorry. I rolled 3 times.
Oh.
I'm gonna take out the highest damage from what I rolled.
Holy shit!
52 damage with 2 hits.
How do you not just murk me last time?
I apologize. I hit you 3 times, not 2. So I'm taking out the higher one. So that is. That's only 29. So took out the biggest.
Still up, barely.
Woo! My 17 health came in clutch.
For sure.
Apologies. I definitely hit you 3 times when I rolled damage. That is.
Okay.
That was my bad. Okay. So as he hits you 3 more times, he says, "You know, we didn't kidnap her. We just invited her along. If she wishes to go with you, you can have her."
Sounds like a trap.
I'm like,
And with that,
this is most definitely under duress.
Tiku is going to make 3 attacks on Gurgle.
Can I at least have given her a disadvantage on at least one of them?
No, because the way that I interpreted that is she didn't hear you. Well done. I hope your knee's all right. 17, Gurgle. 17, 19. 17, 19, and 30, 28. Sorry.
28 hits.
28 hits. She's got. Wham! Let's go! It's 21 damage.
Oh, my concentration broke. I shrink 1 size.
All right, Gurgle is now large. Okay, that is Tiku's turn. Now the other kobold. He shall try again.
Everything.
Please.
Like advantage on everything.
Let's go! Tiny kobold has crit you, sir. All right, and then the other one, because he has 2 hits. He crit the first one. Second one was a 21.
21 misses.
Unfortunate. He crit you! Let's go, tiny kobold! Ooh, pretty good damage, too. 24. 24 points of slashing damage.
Can you dodge it?
12 points of slashing damage as he slices into you. And then the individual that you are holding is also going to make his attack. He is going to make his 3 attacks on you.
Disadvantage. He's restrained.
He is restrained. Good thing, too. It's a natural 20 and a 20 to hit, which I believe misses. It's a 15 to hit, which misses. I'm rolling so atrociously bad tonight. That's 25 on the last one.
25 hits.
All
Can I give him cast shield?
I can't shield. I'm uncanny dodge.
Oh.
That is 16 points of damage on the one that hit. Lastly, this individual. He looks up to you and he says, "You want to see something even more fascinating that your blood can do? You see, you don't know how to control it yet, but once you learn," as he almost like reaches his hand into the gash that you've done, and he grabs one of the organs inside of him and rips it out, tearing it from where it's actually attached inside of him. You quickly watch as like the different veins and arteries that are attached to it
Rosin,
quickly seem to almost
you don't do enough
bleed
experiments with
blood
yourself.
and almost create a new organ in its place. As he rips the organ out from his gullet and says, and he seems to almost a little bit spaced out. He says, "Now, it'll be a little bit more fun." And he's going to toss it 30 feet. It's going to be 30 feet this way.
That doesn't reach anyone.
I know.
It's probably a big AoE. Or
Fireball.
Or he's creating
Fireball.
a clone of himself?
As he throws this organ and as it hits, it rapidly kind of and rapidly grows into almost a grotesque mutated version of him that almost seems to be dripping with not quite blood. It's almost like a thin
Mucus.
red, almost like a thin red mucus. With that is his action to do that. He will then stand up.
It's a boy.
He'll stand up and he says, "Now, by all means, feel free to keep hitting me. Or save your friend. He won't like what that does." And with that brings us to the end of their turn. It is your guys' turn.
All right, so
Repeat his
I'm
saving throw against the shackles, and he takes an extra 10 fire damage.
casting fly on myself. 9.
Failed. And he
Casting
takes,
fly
he
on
takes 10
myself.
fire damage.
And then I'm misty stepping 30 feet in the air. And then I'm flying an additional 60 feet into the air.
He's like,
So I'm
catch me
90
now,
feet in the
bitch."
air, flying.
He just goes straight up and he looks up and goes, this is
Wouldn't you get opportunity attack?
No, I misty stepped.
Misty step first.
How do you cast both fly and misty step?
Misty steps. Oh, I use the scroll.
Oh.
Oh, no, sorry, scroll's not here.
I
It's
will
ring.
be like,
Ring is spell
What
scoring
a
on this one.
pain. Hold this for me.
and I drop the chain on him.
Still in action.
Mm-hmm.
You have to roll to hit first.
For a...
It's not a roll to hit.
It's a roll to
athletics check.
Athletics check, which is a 24 on the athletics.
Which I believe it's a DC 20, so you succeed.
No. The chain would.
I believe that
fall on
restrains him, right?
You would fall on him and it would wrap him, and he's just effectively it'd be less that you just drop it on him. It's more of like you pull it out and then just kind of and almost like wrap it around him as it and almost immediately. Not only does it swing around him, pulling him into place, chain seems to tighten the piece that's actually swinging around him, kind of like wraps unnaturally around the other arm as well as he gets locked into place, and he goes, "Seems this is not going quite as well as we wanted it to."
I will then just leave and go to the other thing.
Okay.
And I would use my second attack because I'm pretty sure you said throwing counts as attack.
Say one more time.
So I would use my extra attack to attack the glob.
Okay.
For 31 to hit.
31 hits. My music died.
Do I go
I'm
for
gonna
the
think
low
of one
blow?
Just do stuff. I have a monk trying to kill me. This guy's like, good, I dashed at him. Fuck.
For 38 damage.
Since he has boots of speed, I know he doesn't have boots of flying. Unless he can just fly. That's bullshit.
It's 38 damage. And then that will...
38 damage. That is enough. As you cut into it, you take your scythe and just slice down through it. As you do, and it splits, you watch as this almost like this conglomerate, this viscous blood-like material wraps around your weapon,
How you
quickly
feeling,
crawls
buddy?
up your weapon, and seems to almost like lapse onto your skin and quickly melts.
I'm not
with
feeling
your
too
skin.
good.
In your case,
So my turn.
healing you for 50 points of damage.
Good thing I'm at max HP. Do I get 10 HP?
You do not, as it mixes with you, and even as you look at as you have almost open wounds constantly, do the way you do your blood right. Even as you look at your wound, you see for you, it mends with your blood vessels and starts to fuse with them, and does also give you the idea that this is the same thing that happened in the games. They did this to creatures, and you saw what it did when they were non-compatible.
Can I use my bonus action to put part of the blood from this in a vial?
Bonus action.
I think that would be more like an item action, right?
I would allow it. Is kind of the similar vein to drinking a potion, but rather than drinking a potion, as it looks for the wound to almost like crawl into in your skin. You quickly pull out a vial and kind of pull some of it in and seal it, and kind of like look at it as you end your turn.
Do you have another flying thing?
I do.
Look over there, but I can find it. I thought we had like 5 of them, but
I do have like 4 or 5 of them.
is it under your whiteboard? Because I see something under there. Yep.
That's what one of them is. I don't know where the other ones are. Man's looking behind the screen.
I wasn't looking at anything.
In which case, I would just move right here. And then my turn.
Okay, that's Roger's turn.
Okay.
I'm so nervous about this next turn.
Go with a low blow.
He's just gonna jump.
Still maintaining
90 feet
eye
into the
contact
fucking
with
air.
Tiku.
I still lost track. Are we in
I'm just going to just.
Yeah.
It's
your
you
turn.
have a turn.
Yeah.
It's you guys.
I'm just going to snarl and I'm just going to say,
Are you truly as weak as Gerbu said you were, attacking your own friends?
Tiku's saving her friends.
I'm
You
gonna-
go ahead and make another roll.
That's much better. 21.
That does beat it. And she goes, Tiku's
Can't beat
saving
that
her
one."
friends. But Tiku, her friends to save friends?
And then, who's the most injured party member?
Probably me. Or him.
I'll do it on Gurgle. I'll cast Healing Word on Gurgle. And
mean-
second level.
I'm the lowest, but you can't get to me.
I was gonna say,
I
you're-
hope he can't get to you because
Well, you
if
can't
you
get
go,
to me either.
you can
if you
totally
go down-
action disengage and get to us.
Presumably until
I'm
he
90 feet in the air.
just randomly
Yeah,
has one level.
You have to come to us.
Oh yeah, but like
Till he randomly
heal
has
13
one
health.
level.
But if I get to you guys, that means he can get to me.
All four of wait, no, Gurgle. I haven't got what you were doing as well. So
I'm gonna.
Till he
I'm
randomly
going to
dispels
call
you
and I'm gonna
somehow.
cast, Cure
Scroll
Wounds
of
on
Dispel.
Gurgle.
you fall.
Third level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gurgle, you are
have
being
to.
healed.
Like,
That'd be freaking hysterical.
For 27 plus 5, 32.
32 points of healing, Gurgle. It is also your turn.
Excellent. Alright, I'm gonna whack him. I'm gonna whack the guy I'm holding
Clay
still.
Beekman.
Clay Beekman.
I just need one turn.
Of not
you don't
getting,
get a turn.
of
You
not,
had a turn. You fled.
of not getting bullied.
Was that a turn or was that force?
27?
I couldn't be on the ground anywhere because
27
get
hits?
to me.
Just
My-
come to me. I'll hand him a chain.
My man's probably got what? Like, let's think here. It's probably got.
Tell me
at
I
least-
could move like 200 feet.
He's at
per
least
turn.
got 40 feet of movement, right?
double to 80.
Double 80, and then he can step in the wind. And
Oh, goodness.
Just assuming he doesn't have like long strider or anything.
so 100, at least 160.
But just speed triple you know.
No, the double.
5, 10, 14,
Triple and Baldur's Gate at least.
17,
160, and it would
18,
still be able to hit me.
24, 29.
Yeah, can't fucking do that.
Now you realize how I felt last
Oh, no,
campaign.
no, I know.
When Kelmy is like on this corner of the board, I've got a monster over here. I'm just like, my spellcaster casting him here. And then
I don't have enough
Kelmy was in
room.
his face, beating the shit out of him.
I don't have enough room on the map to stay on the map and run from the guy.
29 points of damage.
29 points of damage.
We go to theater of the mind when you start dealing with that.
As just
Then
like
I'm gonna
continue to
second
be
one.
restrained as you're using your weapon, igniting it, and almost effectively causing an additional explosion on him. His body almost seems to go limp slightly, but his head kind of picks up and he goes, "This is slightly problematic, isn't it?" That's the end of your turn. No one move.
I second wind. I
Okay.
did second wind for my bonus action.
Second wins. Okay, so it brings us to their turn. Tigu, due to your successful break, is for this turn. Is Tigu just kind of like looks around, the clouding in her eyes seems to go away for a bit, and she goes, "Why, Tigu hurt friends." But and she looks to the kobold across from her. She goes, "But we must save friends."
Clay Beekman.
I'm not hurting him.
She does.
I'm just moving my foot whenever he tries to hit me.
She looks towards you, and then she looks back towards the dwarf standing in the back, and he goes, "Again, if you won't, I'll let you go with them. It's up to you." Tigu, seemingly almost kind of a bit stressed. Tigu doesn't know.
Tiku, we can help you save your friends.
Zephyr's too busy.
For the
right
sake
now.
of this, how I want this interaction to go, as you guys are having,
dwarf is
basically
like-
as you guys are mentioning different things to her.
No. They can't.
Actually, no. The three of you said something. No, it was just the two of you. You didn't. You didn't.
I didn't really say
No, you
anything.
said that you weren't hurting
I just
her
said I
friend.
wasn't hurting her friend. That's
I would actually still. I want the three of you to do a persuasion check.
Can I do intimidation? Is that that's what I've been doing?
I'm going to
No.
use my last luck point.
Do it.
I would say no because for this isn't an action you're making.
But what
this
I'm
is
saying is,
a.
like, I'm a dragon.
This is a group.
Yeah, but this is effectively your group going against the persuasion that this kobold's going to roll against you guys, and you guys are going to be averaged against.
But me rolling this makes it worse.
I got a
Never
27.
mind. 16.
27, 16,
29.
29.
No, it makes it worse.
It definitely makes it worse.
As Tiku kind of like confused, she looks towards the dwarf. And she says, "Tiku will save her friends." The dwarf says, "Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, boys, it seems things just got a little bit more complicated. I guess you break them." And I believe that's the end of your guys' turn and their turn, as that was what Tiku was doing on her turn in reaction to you.
Insight that. Was he genuinely wanting Tiku to continue with them? Or was he like saying...
It'd be your
unfortunately,
passive
like,
insight. We're in combat, so it would have been
20.
an action. 20? He seems indifferent to Tiku's decision.
Okay.
Okay, with that being the case, I guess we'll break them.
Oh, thank God. I'm so worried he was going to fly. I'm like, you better fucking not.
He's like...
Run up to Beacon.
Yeah, so you run up to claim
Ran up to my boy,
as he comes up to you and he says, "For what it's worth, I didn't want to take this route. I do
Lightning.
apologize." He's going to do targeted strikes. So now he only has 3 strikes. Every time he hits, he gets to choose an effect.
You don't know how much I was stressing on this turn. Because if he just fucking flew up, I'd be like, what the fuck do I do?
You'd also get smacked.
Yeah,
He'd
fall.
smack you
Yeah.
another time for the death save and then fall for another death save.
yeah.
29, 26, 25.
Oh, is that all?
Those all 3 hit.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
29, 26,
You're
25 to hit.
wielding a shield and a weapon, yeah?
Oh, he's
Yes,
trying to
I have
disarm
my
you.
longsword.
Okay.
What was
You
the
get
lowest
to
thing?
make a
25.
dexterity or sorry, a
What's your armor
strength check.
class? What's your armor class?
Can you do this within a
19.
range of 30 feet? Okay. You'd
So
have to roll a 6.
6?
You have to roll... No.
6, 7, or
Your
8?
AC is 19?
Yeah.
You'd have to roll a 7.
A 7 or 8? You don't.
I
think-
can make this
25%
so
chance.
much more brutal. What am I doing?
25% chance. Do you do it? You got quick decisions.
have
Whatever.
Do you have
I
cutting
still
words?
remember
Is that what's
quote
happening?
from the DM a few sessions ago.
You have 3
I
levels in Bard
swear,
already?
I'm not trying to kill your character.
It's a failure. All 3 hit.
You have 3 levels in Bard already? No.
Okay.
How are you
All
cutting
3
words?
hit.
It's not
First
words.
2 are going to be strength saving throws. First
Or
one's on your
Curse of the
shield.
Islands.
Second one's on your weapon. DC 18.
Fail. Fail.
You drop both your shield and your weapon.
Yikes.
Third one's going to be a dexterity saving throw. Also DC 18.
Hey, there's a good chance
No,
of this
no,
one.
those are good. That one's
Dice down.
Dice down. Don't fail me. You fucking failed me. Wait, what was the DC?
18.
18.
You're good.
9 plus 9.
As the first 2 hits, he hits at the points where you're at your wrists, where you're actually holding the weapons, causing you to drop
That aura.
both your shield
Yeah.
and your weapon. The third is a kick that he sends at your feet, but that one you're able to, even though he does find purchase, you feel the snap against your thigh. It hurts.
I just do like a little splits.
With that, I guess I should also roll damage.
Clay Beekman.
That's important.
Only slightly.
Clay Beekman as he gets knocked the fuck out.
Clay
He succeeded the prone check, falls prone.
19 plus 30 for
Did
49.
he disarm the shield first?
49.
Points of damage.
He technically would have, yes. Because
all
he
you
gets
got?
to choose.
I'm Clay Beekman.
Not exactly. Don't worry. It gets better. As he pulls out what is very...
How many actions this guy got?
this one is a bonus action. He didn't even have to use his bonus to get to you. As he pulls out his, this is actually, yeah, this would be a bonus action. Same action as drinking a potion. As he pulls out what appears to be a teardrop, but very much so. The edges of it are almost spiked, and it looks to be it almost looks like a glass jar resembling a teardrop that is red and has a very thick liquid inside. As he takes it and just shatters it as the blood pours into his mouth. As soon as he does, he goes, it's amazing what you can do, Razu, when you plan ahead. Okay.
What is this guy, Batman?
The one in your grip for you.
I do have it.
For you, Gurgle, as he looks down, he goes, "Boss, I can't move. I need help. Can you?"
He takes 8 more fire damage.
He does not seem. His body seems to be not functioning. He doesn't seem to be responding. He says, "If you could, I'm a little locked down currently." Service. Okay, and then we got. Oh, he gets out for sure. That's a 28. As I suddenly forget his name or his alien.
Lion. Lion, go roar.
There we go. As Lorian, he just reaches up and grabs the chain, pulls on. This is quite heavy, and he just laps it around his chest. And he says, "I think I'll keep this one if you don't mind, Razu."
What did the horse do this whole time?
That is the horse died.
The horse died?
When the wagon flipped, it was mounted to the thing, and it flipped.
I didn't know it was gonna kill the horse.
It has 3 HP, and the wagon landed on it. That horse died instantly. Damn it, Gargle! As Clayman's as Razu looks over and he's like, "What happened to?" And you see the wood that was mounted to the horse. It's just stabbed through its rib cage.
You know what? We can have some tartar.
As it's bleeding on the. I actually did roll for it to see if it lived, and yeah, it died instantaneously on the flip.
Damn it! If I didn't fucking blood curse the others, I could have still rebarbed his roll.
Okay, and then he's going to move. 30. Unfortunate. Well, he's just going to use his bonus action. He says, "Break all of them, you say?" And he also takes that same tear. Rather than breaking it in his hand, he actually just throws it into his mouth.
What are these drugs that these guys are taking?
They're forms of Razor's blood turned into some kind
How
of
would they
mega
get his
drug.
blood?
Because he gave it to them,
It's your guys' turn.
effectively.
It's true.
Oh, sorry. My
did he
kobold
charge
gets to
them at
go.
least?
Let's go.
Did the guy already try to attack
No,
me?
charge them.
Yeah, but he trained
Kobold
people
last round.
that.
The guy in your hands?
Yeah, I don't think he
Like-
tried to attack
The guy
me.
in your
one
hands
of the
is
guys
literally
that-
a
Did he
like,
get money?
Literally
I don't
dead.
mean like he's immobilized from you.
hired hand.
His body is literally
He
limp.
did not get money
You
for
broke
his
his
blood.
neck. He cannot
This
move.
is a hot
He's
commodity,
talking,
and he is not charging people
but
for
he
his
is
blood.
not he's not moving.
Oh.
That said, the kobold does need to attack you. We got a 25 to hit.
Shield.
The other one was lower. As again, the kobold's just going back and forth, just trying to hit Gurgle. It's very upset. It's not working.
To sleight of hand the tear from the person that can't move in Gurgle's hands.
You already went this turn.
Well, their turn just ended.
True. Carry on.
How
You do
dare
not
you
have
take your
advantage.
turn, Nate?
Take a recall.
You have proficiency in sleight of hand?
Proficiency in everything. I'm a bard.
You have half proficiency in everything.
Pretty sure that counts.
No.
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 Doesn't count.
We could bottle it, and we could sell it,
Same.
and it's like an endless
That's
supply.
still an 18.
18.
My man's straight up cheating.
Okay. Yeah, it would work. As you take it, as you take the potion, Ardal says, "For what it's worth, it's technically yours. I don't think you know how to make it anymore, so study up, Razu. We look forward to working with you again." With that, he is going to use his newly acquired legendary action.
Newly acquired legendary.
Yep.
This timeline makes no goddamn sense.
That's what I'm saying. Shit changed. I'm an evil overlord over here, dude.
Remember what the DM
Oh, that's
said?
normal.
I had a plan to take over the world, apparently.
Characters.
Clay Beekman. That is
Clay
a 21 to hit.
That hits.
It's just one attack. Total of 14 points of damage.
I'm
Oh,
down.
wait. He has advantage.
Doesn't matter. I'm down.
As he hits Clay Beekman on the ground, he says, "Now, Tiku, we've been purposefully not killing them so far. You can choose. You still can. But I'll start by killing this one." And it's whoever's next.
I swear, I'm not trying to.
I was going after him. He ran away.
I swear, I'm trying not to kill your characters.
Okay, my turn.
Yes, it's your turn.
I'm going to lightning ball all the enemies, not Tiku, and maybe not the. Do I avoid the kobold? I think I
Dude, the
avoid
kobold's
That's
so
the only
freaking
reason
weak.
why I
Yeah.
only
I
got
avoid the
Tiku.
kobold.
Yeah.
He's not doing anything. You can leave him
But
alone.
You'd
all
only
the
hit
guys
two
there.
guys.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
yeah,
just-
that's fine.
He's just
I'm
a little
maxing the
guy.
damage and avoiding people. Okay, 6
Zephyr's
damage.
fucking pissed.
I'm doing, and I'm doing
21.
or actually, no, actually, I guess I'm. Yeah, I've.
21. One auto fails in the last. Also fails.
He can only hit two, the grappled guy and the monk.
Yeah, I can't hit
The other guy's too far.
Oh,
Yeah.
so Monk succeeded at 21. You said
Well, he
60
takes
damage?
Silvery barbs.
Okay. Worth noting.
I mean,
As it hits,
You want silver?
his left arm is he's.
Silvery Barb's one of the ones that saved.
I mean, only one of them
The monk.
saved.
Yeah.
Dex.
Yep.
It's higher. It's 23 on that time.
Damn.
Okay.
I can't
It
do
is
that.
worth noting
Good
though
thing it
that as
still
you
takes
hit,
30.
one of his arms does still seems to go limp. And he goes, "God damn it! All right,
Okay.
maybe we
That
pick
I-
this up later."
The other guy takes 60, and then by the way, and now I'm going to cast through my Manifest Mind Healing Word on. I keep wanting to say Kane. Freaking, they're both C's.
Clay Beekman.
Clay Beekman.
Oh, is it?
He's just gonna start calling you Beekman.
Clay Beekman.
Beekman,
Clay,
let's go.
Clay.
Mr. Beekman.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm also with
My healing
movements,
word at level.
My.
Move up to here.
Gosh, I burnt through
And
so
during
many
that,
spell slots
I'm gonna use my
this
bonus
day.
Action.
We'll
Not
do
to use the tier.
third level or fourth level healing word. Heal it. Get 15 health. Oh, 16 health.
16 health. Okay, what were you saying you wanted to do?
With my bonus action, and I think maybe combined with an item action, I'm going to grab the tier while I'm turning around and put it in my beak. I'm not breaking it.
Okay. I'm gonna let you do this time. Don't tell me what you're doing on your turn unless you know what you're doing. You don't get to do part
I
of your thing and then do what he's doing.
Didn't know what
and
I
then the
was
rest of it.
doing and all. Just he instantly was like, "I used Thunder Bombs." Let him finish.
Okay.
I'll
Again,
finish
you can
it.
do it this time, which you can't split up part of your thing, then him, then you.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
need
I
to
pretty
finish.
much waited for you to stop doing stuff.
You did
so-
just stop talking. I said you took no.
talking.
No.
You was definitely it was definitely stopped. It's fine. It is what it is. Just letting you know for the future. Okay. Also, bad decision. His newly required legendary action that he couldn't use, he's now going to use to hit you. Okay. You can't be correct yet. Okay. So, just have
Oh, sorry. I want to move.
19 points of damage, 19 points of slashing damage. For what's worth. Oh wait, sorry.
Just so you know, I moved
And
another.
4 points of lightning.
I moved another 60 feet up.
He's just full of Supermaning it up.
I can fucking fight from that freaking manifest mind.
Review.
Also, apologies.
Athletics
I'm
on this
currently
guy.
raged. I was not allowed to silvery bumps.
And what
I
I'm
will
gonna
still
do
use the
is
spell
I'm gonna-
slot because
I'm
my
gonna
mistake,
drop-
but
I'm gonna drop this guy shackled on top of this and just lay his body down. I'm gonna lose there.
So you put it down.
Don't
I
put him
don't
on
think
top
I have
of
a choice currently. Listen,
Don't
he's
put him
currently
on
on
top of the
fire, which would ignite the wagon.
Don't put him on top of the carriage, is literally what I'm saying.
On fire. He's
got fire chains on him, but they're not on fire. They're just
They
red
don't,
chains.
they don't combust.
I'm
fair. That's fair.
saying don't put him on top of the carriage.
I want him to be away from the other guys.
It's too late. He is put on top of the carriage.
Okay.
Hang on a second. I gotta look at something.
He's on the carriage. You've set him down. That's literally just movement. That's not even
Yeah,
action.
I know.
I mean,
That's why I need him to
I
make
think it should
a.
be
He needs to make
I
an
mean,
athletics check.
what carriage?
He's scared.
Monk.
The carriage?
Athletics? Ooh, he's good at athletics.
The
27.
problem is there's individuals inside of the carriage, and you would know that.
Well, it's on fire at least, based off if it can be if it's flammable, based
Yes,
off the
it's on
spell
fire.
works.
It is
It's already
ignited.
on fire.
It is ignited.
So the guy inside, is he freaking out?
He's probably dead.
Doesn't seem to be.
What'd you say?
Okay.
Also, there's 4 people inside.
There was 5 people inside, you said.
There's 4 people
dwarf
inside and
merchant
the
went
dwarf
inside.
merchant.
And he's currently inside.
He's also unconscious.
He's unconscious?
Bro shit himself.
I mean, they're probably freaking out.
Did you choose to avoid him?
I avoided everyone that wasn't an enemy, right?
Yes, but if I'm not mistaken,
Zephyr
by the
would
wording
have
of the
been
spell, you
smart.
have to choose targets to avoid, yeah?
I mean, this is
This is how Terry
This is
died.
your thing you made, so
Yeah, I know. So it is that you choose to avoid certain targets. So anyone who's not an enemy, would you consider the dwarf who is drunkenly jumping into the carriage?
oh yeah, I'm avoiding him for sure. Like,
All right.
I 100% was like, okay, I'm not gonna like. I made this choice in my head. I'm not killing that man.
Thank you.
Okay.
He's not.
He did pass out in the carriage. So he's at least
Fire
going to take
spreading.
1 point. He's going to take 1 turn of fire damage from that.
It's on fire. I don't know how quickly it spread.
So with the fireball, it says ignite all things in range. So it literally
Okay.
ignite the whole thing
Okay.
like instantly. And then, so effectively what I'm going to do is I'm going to have him make 1 save that's going to wake him up. As long as he doesn't die to the save, then he's going to get out of the carriage.
Quick question. Does tactical mind apply to a grapple check because it uses athletics?
No. Grapple is considered an attack that uses athletics.
All right, then
It
I
is
use
not
my bardic
considered-
inspiration and I beat
technically
it.
speaking, Zephyr could have just not hit the carriage at all. He could have angled the fireball to only hit them and not the carriage.
Yeah, but he didn't. He specifically said technically the carriage would be on fire. Okay, so you use your
as
bardic
far as I know, I
inspiration.
can only avoid
I used my bardic
That is
inspiration
correct. You
and
can
I got
only
people,
I
like
got a
creatures.
20.
I can only avoid creatures.
It's more so that I treat it that like you're casting the spell, and then the creatures in it because it's rather than being just a single ball, it's like a almost like a pulse of lightning that shoots out, and you have enough control over it to make so that the lightning that streaks out, you have a slight amount of control.
Yeah.
That will allow to enable where the lightning bolts streak. However,
if maybe there was like a wall of people blocking it, and I avoided all those people, then
maybe, but yeah, no, the carriage is on fire. That is a question. You did grapple him based on what you said.
Okay, then I'm gonna. I'm only 1 size larger, so I can. I get half movement if I'm 1 size larger, or I still get full movement if I'm 1 size larger.
If you're 1 size larger, it is still half. You have to be 2 sizes to drag freely.
Don't worry, Chloe. I got him. I'm holding him back.
I can just kill the throw too. That's fine. Okay, we got Clay and
All right.
Clay and Kane.
I think
I'm
you'll
gonna
find.
stand up and.
And I'm also gonna rage.
Where are the targets?
You are here. One target is there. One is here.
Yeah.
Tiku is there.
Who's the guy that keeps trying to? I'm gonna shoot him with a crossbow.
Okay. Your crossbow is currently on the ground, so you have to pick it up.
It's strapped to my back. It's not on my ground. I never had.
Oh,
it.
you were wielding your sword.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good. So you sling the crossbow around, make a shot.
my shield's not in the way either.
27.
27 hits.
Tiku, get your friends out of the carriage.
Wait. Yeah, no. You do need to roll damage.
Tiku, get your friends out of the carriage.
I'm gonna become Batman when I'm raged and large.
Tiku, get your friends out of the carriage.
Tiku, get your friends out of the carriage.
13 piercing and 2 lightning.
13 piercing and 2 lightning.
And he gets knocked back 10.
Where's the drug?
Not exactly.
That's a little deeper. That's too deep.
As you shoot the crossbow bolt, he just kind of like
Where's
looks
the
over.
drugs?
Gurgle does currently have him grappled, Does not disable him from being able to do this, though. There's a double check. So he looks over, kind of like hold up his hand as it's about to hit into his shoulder, and just kind of takes it, and then he's going to redirect it into Gurgle's
Doesn't he need
chest.
to make a roll for that?
He does. He gets. He has to roll against your damage, which in this case it is.
It's the monk. It's a
He has to
D10.
reduce it
It
to
is a
0.
D10
Throw it
plus
at me.
27 for him. And he gets to reduce that much damage, and then if he takes the arrow, he can then redirect it, which he is redirecting into you.
It is still an attack roll to redirect.
Still in the attack.
It is
roll.
an attack roll, yes.
Is it?
It should be at
is it
disadvantage
his
because he's
act?
grappled.
Is it his? No, it's not.
No,
it's not
because
disadvantage
it's all
against
attack
me.
against a Gurgle.
It's not disadvantage against me.
23.
Wait, did I have advantage against him because he's grappled?
No,
So-
if you were in melee range,
Yes,
yes.
you did.
If you were in
No.
melee range, yes.
Oh,
your home
yeah,
rule?
yeah,
So
That's right. He's
the,
right.
the rule for like being in normal fire, right? Which is what this would
Hold
be.
that thought while I resolve this real quick.
Yep.
So the redirect to you is... It's the initial damage. So you would take the damage that he shot. So it's 13 piercing plus 2 lightning. As he effectively catches the arrow and just kind of like around his head and just stabs it into you.
I'll just shield it.
Is that a reaction?
It is a reaction.
So now he no longer has a reaction.
That is correct.
I shield it, and then as he pokes it into me, and then it like breaks the arrow on my solid liquid. I say, I think you'll find them a little bit harder to kill than them.
I'm going to then, as a bonus action, drink one of my.
Oh, actually, never mind. I cannot.
Supreme healing potions.
I'm sorry, I cannot shield
Okay.
it. I do take the damage.
I'm going to tuck my wings as I was flying. and
14.
14 piercing. Yeah, I forgot I raged.
12.
So I can't cast a spell.
So it's 12 piercing, which can be half to 6.
Yeah, yeah.
And then 2 lightning.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's 8 damage total.
I'm going to tuck my wings as I'm
still gonna
flying
say
and
the same
basically
thing.
dive bomb, swooping into the opening of the carriage, using my action to grab the unconscious merchant and come out the other side and basically come spinning around on my feet, freeing him from the carriage.
It works.
No, I was here.
Oh, apologies. You had already moved yourself then. I'm going to use this model for now.
Basically protecting him from the fire.
Okay. Pick him up. That does bring him to consciousness as he kind of, oh God, what is
Stay down.
my wine? As he looks back to the carriage. As he, my merchant,
basically
Thornscale is going to be so upset.
We have Clay Beekman here. He's a professional wine dealer.
He seems wholeheartedly focused on the wagon.
I just snarl at him. Quiet.
Okay. Just instantly shuts up.
The rule of fire, because there's no like hard fast rule on it, seems about 5 damage per turn while you're in fire.
I was going to do a
If-
D6.
If you,
but
well,
I'm
if you
also
enter
gonna
or end your turn in it, or if you want to use the web rule, it's 2d4.
He actually also takes an extra 2d6 per turn because he's shackled by fire runes and he cannot break them.
No, we're talking about.
No, we're talking about the.
whack.
We're talking about the
Like,
Thornscale
just
merchant.
The other
generic
guy's
fire.
at 0 HP if you haven't figured that out.
Oh, I'm just saying he's getting cooked. Double cooked.
He continues
take
to.
more
He also
damage.
continues to talk as well. He's like, this would really hurt if we could still feel pain. That's the end of your turn. Hey, Beekman drinking the Supreme Healing Potion. You just saved it. Do you have bonus action you want to use?
All healing word gurgle.
Just a level 1.
Just to not waste it, but it's not going to be that much healing.
Okay.
11 points of health.
All right. This is our doll talking. He says, all right. Gurgle and the rest of you. Do you want to take this to fruition? I am more than happy to, but at this point, I don't think this is going terribly far. And even if we are able to be successful, I doubt it's going to be pleasant.
What?
We will take our leave if you wish. Leave Tiki with you. Take the other kobold who wishes to come with us.
We clearly cannot kill you. And you technically can't kill us.
Oh, I wouldn't be too sure about that, but it would be long and tiresome. And, unfortunately, per your orders, I'm not supposed to kill your friends. So, we will, with your permission, we are happy to simply make our leave.
I'm fine with it. but I'll be taking my chain back.
Lori in front of me says, I don't like this. It's like, you can have your chain, but we're taking him. As he gestures to the guy who's currently chained up and burning on the carriage.
I mean, he started it. He attacked me first.
I would argue that we did start it, which is why I'm happy to end it.
What happened to your dude?
My dude?
He's in front of me.
He's completely.
I got him stuck, and then he got unstuck, and
Wait,
then that's all. he's
hold
done.
on. Clay Beekman has something to say. We did not start it. I
said
believe you
started
shot
it.
me.
He said,
I
he
said we
they
started.
That's what he said.
Are you gonna take your subordinate with you?
No,
No, I'm just taking my chain.
no. They're taking their friend and leaving, but he gets his Kogol shackles back.
Yeah, but like, kind of letting your subordinate run amok seems.
We can't currently kill them.
Oh, we won this.
As I hold up a blood vial.
This will be very interesting indeed.
I mean, I would hope so. You made it. Lord,
I'm.
although I know you said he was different, but is this even the boss? Ardal says, you'll understand later. So, we have a deal, yes?
I message him and I say,
Trinity's got to think about this.
I'll let you go because I don't think you can get away from me.
I appreciate your kindness.
But, and I'm messaging him this, so he's the only one that can hear intentionally. I need you to tell me why you guys keep calling Razu boss,
'Cause
as if
he's
he ordered this whole
boss.
situation.
Of course he did.
Well, then I need you to explain that because he obviously won't explain it to me.
Come to Razlakar. I'll show you.
Also,
For what it's worth, he's answering out loud.
What?
Zephyr can still hear not to hear shit. Again, we did not kidnap
I guess I
Tiku.
technically
She
killed
asked
everything
us to
through my
come
math
with
I
us.
suspected you
Never
didn't
mind.
kidnap Tiku. That I never accused you of doing that.
Explain the effect she is currently under, then.
I couldn't. However, it is something that we wish to research. We call it the dragon's blindness.
Have I heard of this?
No.
Okay.
If she didn't have enough strength to resist us, she would have broke.
Most people simply find dragons to be a source of fear. Well, that's all they think about. Can't react in their presence. They don't realize what they can do with that fear. For those that it runs deep. As he looks towards Tiku, kind of like just gesturing his head, as you have him restrained, and says, well, again, we're not actually hostile toward your group. In fact, we were given explicit orders not to kill you. However, making a show was also part of it. But there's caveats to everything. So, you let me go, yes? Perhaps we'll meet again in Razlakar.
Last question. What is your dealing with Gerbu?
He sought us out, as all the kobolds eventually do. Again, it's called the dragon's blindness. Do you know so little of your master?
Are not a dragon.
No, I'm not. We help deal with dragon's blindness.
By
Sure, it
experimenting
doesn't
on
look
kobolds?
pretty, but what can you do? Kobolds seek protection, and they don't know how to get rid of it. The easiest way would be to show you. If you wish to come to Razlakar, I can show you what I refer to. Apart from that, he should know the answer to the questions. He was originally the one who set this whole thing up.
I'm still gonna incite him.
Go for it.
21.
21. Again, he seems indifferent. He's saying these things. He doesn't seem to really care if you believe him or not. He's not trying to be persuasive, doesn't seem to overly be trying to lie. He's just, seems almost just like he's talking. Now, do we have a deal? Or as he looks at the blood in his hand and it kind of hardens, he says, I'd rather just put this behind us, at least for now.
Yes, you have a deal.
I kind of need that from you, Gergo.
By the way,
You're kind of holding me hostage currently.
Zephyr so just was like,
What's up?
Can you actually
destroy
hear
these
this?
guys?
he was
What?
grappled.
Can you actually hear this thing?
He was
Oh yeah, I
was he
can
considered-
actually hear it all because my manifest mind.
He's considered grappled, yes.
When he was grappled, he was considered restrained when I shot him with that bolt.
No, the restrained is an effect from his whip that he had used on the other one. He is just
Yeah,
grappled.
that was my fire. It was actually not even my whip. It was my rune. It was my fire.
Yeah,
rune.
so the restrained condition was from something else. This guy was just grappled. The previous guy is what you were remembering, and that guy was restrained.
technically still is.
Technically, he is still restrained, just wrapped on the carriage that's on fire. Okay, so
What do you call it? The dragon what?
the dragon's blindness.
Dragon's blindness.
So the thing is, I'm not big on going to Razlakar on your terms. See, I happen to know.
We have an informant in Zinderhold. Seek him out. He's a member of the line, the second seat. Ask him about dragon's blindness. He'll talk to you about it. He's a dragonborn.
Gosh, freaking like, I just, if I knew more what was going on with this.
Well, I mean, that is a good way to get information, Zephyr, so...
I don't have much more for you.
Burning them all.
At this point, if we have not come
But
to a
we can't-
decision,
but
then
we
we should
can't-
continue.
But we can't just keep burning them. I mean, like, clearly
Oh,
the guy's
sure I
just
can.
sitting there in fire and he's not caring, so...
Well,
I can rip them apart.
I would put my scythe on my back and hold my hand out for my chain.
He kind of like sighs and says, "You'll have to let me use it again later, boss." As he takes it off. and gives
sure,
it to you.
sure. When you can take it from me.
He's gonna make a sleight of hand check to take it back from you.
I'm pretty sure it'd be an athletics check. It's too.
True, you're actually
Yeah,
holding
yeah.
it as well.
You can't sneakily
No,
take
no, no,
300
you're right.
pounds off
No,
me.
you're right. You're right. I give
You
it to
can if it was.
He's
like,
going to
on
contest
your
it,
side or
athletics you
something,
for it.
or your back or something.
He's going to contest it, athletics you. Are you wrong, Bench?
He
Because
can
Kenku
recall,
recall.
which I
You
definitely.
used them all?
No.
Thought you had
They're
3.
equal to my proficiency bonus.
Yeah, he's got 5 of them at this point.
Okay. We got. I'll tell you mine first. 25.
30.
He's
Better luck next time.
and he pulls in like he gets you to like take a little bit of a step forward. We have to plant your foot. And you just
You went from like a casual stance to actually like, no.
you have to try. But he's like, all right, I'll get you next time, boss. At this point, as well as you guys have been talking for a little bit, you watch as the guy on the carriage sits up and goes, "It's coming back. It's all coming back. No worries." And he rolls off the carriage onto the ground.
The carriage that's currently.
Oh, like he's got third-degree burns everywhere. And he's just rolled out. And I was like,
I'm gonna say as this conversation keeps going on, you see the manifest mind slowly kind of like accumulate more and more electricity around it. Zephyr's trying really hard not to blow up these people.
I set him down. I would say,
Well, I believe
Well-
this conversation is done.
I don't think that I let him go.
I'm gonna say this right now. If this isn't resolved in like 2 minutes, like real
let-
time,
I
would
let him
also
go.
say Zephyr's attacking.
I let him go and I say, I still don't think you would hurt me.
We'll see them again.
"Well, I'm sure you're right, Gergo. After all,
Wait, so why are
we are still in training. We haven't quite finished the task we were given."
I would then.
You don't have to have my wyvern, do you?
No, we do not.
Sorry about your horse.
Damn.
It was not my intention to kill it.
Oh, that's not my horse. That's his horse. As you look to, as you set him down, as he points to the dwarf, who is currently crying, on the ground, laying down, being silent as he was told to shut up. And he's crying, and he's gone over to the wagon and he's tried to pull out some of the
I cast
crates that
Revivify
were
on the
inside.
horse?
I'll actually.
I think so.
Can
if I had-
prestidigitation
Wait,
douse
go
flames?
Cast Revivify
Yes,
on the
it can.
horse.
I would predict. I would
5 feet at 5 feet at a time, though. It would take a while to
How the
douse
fuck do we
a wagon.
pronounce the word? I
Still be a
cannot
horse.
pronounce this word.
I mean, yeah.
Prestidigitation.
I don't even know
use it to douse the fire.
Don't talk over one. Don't,
I don't think you could do it on a wagon.
that's way too big of an area.
Yeah, because you.
Way too big.
Specifically.
You'd have to cast it multiple
The crates
times.
aren't on fire.
Yeah, but
He's
even if you
grabbing
casted it, would it-
crates
would-
from
depending on how fast
the,
burning, you would-
the like at this point the
No.
fire would literally be
Cast it.
dying down.
No.
Okay.
Doesn't it spread 5 feet per turn? Doesn't fire spread 5
No.
feet per turn?
As soon as I
Only with
noticed
Control
that he
Flame.
was going back towards the thing, I would just cast Control Flames to completely douse the fire flames.
That would work. Because the flames douse.
I just
and
basically tap
this,
a claw against the floor and the flames just.
This member of the he like looks up and he kind of smiles a bit. He just nods to you, still not talking, as this member of the Thorn Scale Merchants tries to salvage the materials that are inside. You can cast Revivify on a horse.
I cast Revivify, and then I'm going to go ahead and cast Cure Wounds on it.
It is 300. It is 300 gold worth of diamond dust.
That's gone. We'll do that.
Okay. So you cast Revivify on the horse. I mean, per the nature of this, you do still need to make a religion check. Per the nature of how I revive.
DC5?
It is a DC 5.
Can he even fail it?
I don't
I
know.
can't fail it.
Oh, okay. then.
Say this much? Are they gone yet?
So as they're doing that, they would have grouped together, collected their immobile ally, and effectively what you guys would have seen as soon as they all group up, get together, because
27 HP back for the horse.
it's way over its maximum. As our doll gets to the two of them, he looks back to each of you and he says, "Well, I hope to see you in Roslakar, especially you, Tiku." As they, in similar fashion to when you guys were in the
Tiku.
Cubix sword,
Why were you pointing at me?
I was just gesturing. I was not actually pointing at
was
you.
pointing
He
forward.
pointed at Tiku. I should have done this. I'm sorry. But
Just-
in a similar fashion to what you guys saw in the Cubix sword, as he points, they all seem to almost in that same, almost like black ash style way. Just
And at the same time,
Dude, I would
I
instantly.
just for the fun of it, boom! Like an explosion happens at the same time. And it's just like they disappear as it like
He
comes.
incinerates their ash.
Yeah.
as they're starting to fade away and like the ash would like effectively pulled into the wind as it starts to evaporate, it is instead just gone.
I would
As you guys now kind of like taking a little bit of an assessment. What
Wait, they
what are you gonna do?
disappeared? They just
I don't know
disappeared?
what I taught him, but
teleport.
I need to teach myself too.
But as I resurrect the
Wait,
horse and
hold on.
heal it, I can look to the horse owner and go, Clay Beekman.
The horse
Wait, I wanted to,
gets
The
up.
horse owner, I said, not the horse.
That's right. The horse does all still do that. He looks towards you and he kind of like wipes some of the tears away. He just nods to you and continues to grab some of the crates.
Now, where's my repeat customer?
That is
That's
the
that's
repeat
repeat
customer.
customer?
Yes. With that being the case, as you guys kind of like take a quick assessment and you look, you see Tiku has dropped to her knees, and she is sitting with her legs crossed. Her weapon is just on the ground next to her. Her chef's hat has fallen off, and she, looking at the ground, looks up with tears in her eyes and says, "Tiku doesn't know what to do." And that is where we are going to end for tonight.
Do you cast Cure Wounds on myself at level 3?
Okay. Again, as a reminder, we will not be here next week. So, or sorry, I keep saying we will not. I will not be here next week. We will not be doing this. However, we are still going to be live with a different fun segment. So, as far as the Cubix Ascenders go, turn again in 2 weeks. See what happens next. We appreciate everyone. We love you, Jasmine. Have a good night. Bye-bye.